Page 26. Okay, now we're on page 49.
This is where it gets a little bit tricky for us, Your Honor, because there are some parts that, it does say focus on particular regions, which I think does probably run afoul of discussion of the fMRI, but specifically with this, it may be referencing fMRI, but it doesn't say specifically fMRI, so I don't know that there's a huge issue of confusing the jury, but we'll defer to the court on that with what they want to do. It just will be a little bit choppy.
This one might be hard to turn the volume down. I mean, again, I think technically it does violate the order, but it may be insignificant enough and unclear enough that the jury won't understand what's being said.
Because when she says imaging, it also includes MRIs, and so
right. But the before and after imaging was fMRI, so
I know that. So that's right. Why it's not necessarily just clearly about the fMRI.
So the court. I mean, we can strike on page 49, line 7, beginning with the word "very." Targeted and focused to those particular regions and ending with the word regions. That's stricken. And the rest of it I'm fine with. I don't think that the court's order didn't say that functional MRI could not be referenced by Dr. Fong. There was just a certain application of that fMRI that was ruled was excluded.
Okay, well, in that case, Your Honor, let's just have, if I may suggest, we could just have the whole thing, because the regions, it won't be clear, and I think it'll be just too hard to turn down the volume just for part of a sentence.
Okay.
Then also I'll say on 50.
So that whole thing can come in now.
Yes.
Correct.
And then on page 50, I mentioned that there's some documents that are shown that reference fMRI. It's while she's scrolling, so it's not easy to see. We don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
So that's okay.
Yeah.
So that'll come in. And then what's the next page? I don't see a page on it.
51, sorry, it was cut off on my picture.
Yeah.
The objection here was that Dr. Fong spoke with Mr. Sanderson prior to this trial deposition, but we had not known about that and hadn't been able to learn the facts of her discussions.
What's the plaintiff's position on that, on the after post-deposition information?
She's a treating provider, Your Honor, and so we recognize the court's previous rulings in this, but we don't think that it necessarily is objectionable for her to talk generally. I mean, she does say in the beginning that she did see him, but I think this is still consistent with her prior testimony in this case and her feelings generally about the treatment that she's provided, which is not stricken.
And does the defendant's cross-examination address post-deposition treatment?
Yeah.
Does your cross-examination address post?
No.
In other words, does the defendant open the door later in the deposition?
I don't know, Your Honor, but if you look towards the bottom of that, of page 53, at line 14, it says, Mr. Bueller asks if any of that recent visit has changed her position, and her answer is, I don't think they've changed at all. If anything, I fear that his issues, even this far out, may be even more permanent than I would like. So she does indicate that it didn't change her position, even though she may have referenced that she saw him recently.
how does she tie these conclusions she's making to any treatment?
Sorry, I didn't hear your full question.
How is Dr. Fong tying these conclusions she's making on page 52, for example, to treatment as opposed to, I guess, supplementing an expert opinion?
I think she ties it back to her earlier opinion that that is based on the treatment, that she is concluding those things.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may just to be clear, we don't have an objection to discussion of continued treatment after depositions that we had records of, and we've provided our own experts with treatment that occurred after various depositions that plaintiffs have provided to us. But in this case, we didn't get any records of this conversation, and it seems like you're pointing out, and as I pointed out in my objection during the deposition itself, it didn't seem like it was related to treatment. It was just kind of a conversation with him. Those were new facts that we didn't know about until this deposition, and so that was the basis of the objection.
Anything else, Mr. Sorensen?
Well, we did disclose to the other side treatment dates, continuing treatment dates, and so we believe that that was disclosed. To our knowledge, there are no additional records because I think this was just a phone conversation that she spoke with him over, and so she didn't produce any additional records. And where she indicates in her own deposition that it didn't change her opinion and didn't amend it at all, I think that it's still proper under the court's ruling.
And are those subsequent treatment dates coming in?
They're not an issue, Your Honor. I think.
I mean, are
that
they
it's
coming into evidence?
We don't have an exhibit specifically prepared.
Okay.
Are you talking about treatment dates with Dr. Fong?
Yeah.
I'm not remembering those. You may have provided those, but
I think we did just provide, a list of additional dates. There was no content to it because it was, I think, like a phone conversation.
There were no records, were there?
There were no records, so.
Okay, so I'm ready to rule. So on page 51, line 22, I'm going to sustain the objection for the rest of that page, all of 52, and then 53 down to line 10.
We're on 51, are you starting, Judge?
22.
22.
And then down to, and then beginning
In
on.
all of 52,
In all
right?
of 52, 53, down through line 10. And then beginning on line 11, I'll permit the question, and then I'll permit the answer that's on lines 14 and 15, but then strike it after it says, "I fear that his issues." So starting on line 15, where it says, "I fear that his issues," even this far out, may be more permanent than I would like. So that part of 15 and then 16 is stricken. Think you can work the volume magic on that?
We'll do our best.
Okay.
And I apologize in advance to the court if we are a little slow or something comes out, but we'll do our best.
Then line 59, or page 59?
yeah. So this was taken out. It doesn't reference fMRI, and there were criticisms.
Does the plaintiff have an issue with that coming in?
We do, Your Honor. The whole context of this is discussion about the fMRI, and it carries over, and it's the same argument essentially for 88 as well.
I agree. I
The
mean,
whole thing is fMRI, so how can you bring in questions and not, have answers?
If I may, Your Honor, when I asked this question, I was referring to I was starting into a discussion generally of criticisms, which included criticisms that didn't involve the fMRI. For example, that Dr. Fong's treatment worked very quickly in a way that's, that Dr. Gibby in particular was skeptical of. And I didn't
we'll
mention
take
that
a look
immediately.
at it. I mean, they've excised out all of, or the rest of 59, all of 60 and 61, most of 61. So are you saying that there's additional testimony following page 61 that question and answer relates to?
So there is questioning later about the about her treatment and whether it was effective, and I don't think that I specifically asked about that criticism that plaintiffs had, that plaintiffs' experts had. I think it was just Dr. Gibby on this point. But again, when I asked this question, I had that in mind, and I think it's relevant that the jury know that there were criticisms of her that did not relate to the fMRI.
And where in here later are you discussing criticisms of her specifically?
Yeah, like I said, Your Honor, I don't think I actually referenced Dr. Gibby's criticism in particular, though there is questioning about whether her treatment was effective, which was his criticism.
Okay.
All the criticism is fMRI criticism.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it relates to the fMRI unless you can tie it to some other later questioning relating specifically to criticism. I'm going to overrule it. Then page 88.
And 88's the same issue for us, Your Honor. I think it's just in the middle of all of the fMRI discussion, and that's the relevant context that this question's being raised.
The problem I see, Your Honor, is that first of all, I don't think this is just related to fMRI, and secondly, the way they've spliced it, it goes straight into an answer without a question being asked. So there's this necessary context that's not there. And again, the question is about treatment issues or effectiveness of treatment issues. So the problem is not just one relating to fMRI. It's whether the treatment, even if she hadn't done fMRI, might be treating something other than a post-concussive syndrome or persistent symptoms of concussion. No reference to fMRI there, and I think that's necessary context for the answer that they then include.
And you're seeking page 88, line 2 through 14, and line 22 through 25? Or 22 through 25 is already there, okay.
Yeah, right.
So
They had that. That's the part of the answer that they include that doesn't really have that necessary context in the question that I'd like to add.
So you're seeking 2 through 14?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Mr. Sorensen?
Well, I think if you go back to the full transcript, Your Honor, and look on page 87, starting at line 20, it says the question is whether the methods that you use are reliable, which is specifically the fMRI we're talking about. And so that's the thing I'm trying to get to in this. There is significant skepticism among other experts in this case about use of fMRI to say this person has post-concussive symptoms rather than other things that were going on treating him for that. So the whole context of that, and he says himself, the questions that he's asking, the basic crux of them are the fMRI. So questions and answers there about that and criticisms about that are specifically tied to the fMRI.
And then how about the complaint that the answer, beginning on line 22, is just hanging out there with no question? Are you still
Going
objecting?
back- yeah,
Are you
sorry,
objecting to
I'm-
that hanging out there? I mean, I'm going to overrule the objection on 2 through 14. I think it is just a continuation of the fMRI questioning. But are you still objecting to it starting on line 22?
Yeah, if we can't have that question, and I think we should just start at the next question.
Mr. Sorensen, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think it could tie back to the question that she was asked back on 82, but we're okay to strike that in the middle if the
Okay.
court wants to do that.
So, it's not that I want to, I'm just wondering what the parties are agreeing to.
Or,
Well, Judge, this is going to be hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half. I don't think that will make any difference to the jury. There's nothing wrong with what's here. He's not objecting to the content of it. It's just a lot of effort to try to go back and find this, and so I would say just leave it in. I mean, he had plenty of chance to cross-examine, and
I mean, if I may,
it doesn't do any harm to leave it in either way.
If I may, Your Honor, I mean, I understand your ruling that it's tied to fMRI questioning. It's true, but there was a lot of things that were tied that can be separated, and it can be separated. That I was asking her, how do you know your treatment works? Not relating even to fMRI, right? How do you know that what you're doing, the therapy, all the stuff, the boot camp she describes, how do you know that that's not treating some other issue? And then she gives this answer, and I think that should come in. If it can't come in, it doesn't make sense to me that we just leave it hanging out there and not provide the jury the benefit of what I'm trying to get at with my question.
Well, Mr. Sorensen, I think that the last part of that you're seeking to have included is also part of the same, I guess, string of questions on fMRI. And so, if you want to insist on including that, then I think it makes sense for the defendants 2 through 14 to also come in.
Okay. Then we're fine letting it be stricken then, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll strike. We'll deny 2 through 13 on page 88 or 14. And then we'll strike 22 through page 89, line 4.
Anything else? Dr. Fong, not from us.
I think that's
So we're striking line, or 88, line 22 through 89, what line?
Line 4.
Line 4?
Correct.
Good, thank you.
And let's see, where's the bailiff? Oh, is the jury here and ready to go? Why don't you have them start getting ready? I mean, are there any other issues we need to address this morning?
So me to do it? Yeah, you do it.
I was just
You're gonna tell me that you help me.
one thing, if I might.
Mr. Owens, how was the transition at the end of court yesterday, at the end of the day?
In fact, I wanted to, any irritation I've expressed, none of that's been directed to Your Honor or your staff or the court media representative. It's been
It's not interpreted that way,
great.
counsel.
I did want to know if a new AP still camera has been installed.
Where?
I'm asking,
Oh, no.
because I heard there was going to be a new AP still camera installed directly over the lectern.
They withdrew that request.
Okay, thank you. Apparently, I want to do this transparently. This private security for my client wanted to bring in treats for the bailiffs for how helpful they've been. So I wanted to do that transparently and see if there are any objections.
We object. We object.
Okay. There's an objection,
Okay, so I will let them know.
let them know thank you, but no thank you.
Actually, it'll be both ways, not just one way.
Well, you could bring in treats.
Well,
Okay. If the parties decide to do that later, that's fine too.
Okay.
I mean, he should have asked us first, frankly.
It hasn't been done.
I know, he should have asked us first. We could talk about it, but he just sprung it on us now. So we object.
What'd you find out about the jury? Ready to go? Okay. Is everyone ready to begin? Or 5 minutes maybe? 3 minutes? Okay.
And Your Honor, one thing that we didn't address that I think we should in terms of showing this video is, and maybe nothing that I asked to go in is in. I'm trying to recall here now.
There was one section, I think. That went in.
So I think that will need to be read because it's not on the video. So
Yeah, if we get to that, you can just
I'm
stop.
happy to just read it if that's the best way to go forward.
I think that is the best way to go forward.
We thought we could put Mr. Norman on the stand, have him read the question, have her read the answer.
Sure, and that's on page 49.
That's fine. And if you get into a situation, Mr. Sorensen, where you can't, mute it and bring it back, you can read those portions as well.
Okay.
All right. Did you say page 49?
Because our understanding was the objection was that everything was remaining in, and they wanted it out.
On page 49? Is that what we're talking
I
about?
thought I had agreed that we could just have that in.
And I don't think, it's not out right now, is it? I thought it was in.
Yeah, that's what I mean, but we'd have to read it in.
I think it's in.
Oh, sorry, I have in and out written here, I'm confused.
It's okay. I
And
think
I
we'll
was
just,
up till 1 looking at
I
this.
think it's in.
it's in. We'll
Just
just
wanted it out, you guys can stay.
play the video. We're
I'm
good.
sorry.
We're good.
So 53,
And
50.
Judge, just so you know, this is about an hour and 19 seconds.
Thank you.
Now, if we need to take a break in between, that's fine, I think it's not a bad idea. So you just tell us when to take a short break if we need to, as you know.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, please rise. We're going to recess.
The lawyers are getting ready to show you a videotaped piece of testimony, and they're just finishing their preparations for that, so we're just going to sit and wait for just a minute. That looks much better.
My name is Len.
Harrison, I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Rosanne Morgan. We represent Diplomax Merit, located in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Sounds good.
The time and date indicated
How's the
that
jury?
feed is
Any trouble hearing?
1:15 p.m.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind the volume a little higher, but when we turn the volume up there,
Does anyone need a hearing assist device? We've got those.
You know, I have a modern Surface and it's up to the
We could set a microphone by the speaker.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, do we have that external microphone? Where is it over here somewhere?
p.m. Mountain Time, March 14th, 2023. This is the case of Terry Sanderson. Versus Gwyneth Paltrow, case number 1905004.
Your Honor, may I ask where the sound is actually coming from?
One 9:15 court reporter. Hey, we're on record. My name is Lance Harrison. I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Rosanne Morgan.
Is that
We
okay?
represent Diplomax Merit, located in Salt Lake City, Utah. The time and date indicated on the Zoom feed is 1:15 p.m. Mountain Time, March 14th, 2023. This is the case of Terry Sanderson.
Your Honor, there seems to be an echo or something. Is that?
Versus Gwyneth Paltrow, case number 190500048 in the 3rd Judicial District Court of Summit County, State of Utah. Counsel will now introduce themselves and the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Lawrence Bueller for plaintiff Terry Sanderson.
James Egan for defendant Gwyneth Paltrow.
Very good. Let's begin.
Just 1 second. Bob Sykes. And I think Peter Sorensen will be here also for the plaintiff Terry Sanderson. And I have in the room my paralegal Eric Jurgensen.
Okay, doctor, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fong. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Alina. Oh, I don't know if I should give you my full name. Kapahu Pinea Kalekoa Fong. And I will spell that for you. That's Alina, Alina. KAPAHUPINEALEIKOA. Fong, F-O-N-G.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Sacramento, California, but moved to Hawaii when I was about 1 month old.
Okay. So where did you grow up?
In Honolulu, Hawaii.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you education before I get into training. But before we start, what is the topic of your testimony today, just in general terms, so we have an introduction for the jury?
Well, from what I understand, I'm talking about a patient of mine named Terry, who sustained a concussion and subsequent post-concussion symptoms after an injury in February, I believe, of 2016.
Okay, thank you. Please describe your education, starting with high school.
Well, I graduated from Kamehameha High School. That's Kemehameha. I graduated in 95, which dates me. I went straight to BYU where I did my undergraduate work. I also did a master's and a PhD here at BYU. And then went on to my internship residency at the VA hospital in Salt Lake City.
Okay, and at the BYU, what was your graduate degrees in?
So I obtained a PhD in clinical psychology with an emphasis in neuropsychology, and my field of study was EEG and fMRI.
Okay, now I'd like to get into your training. Can you describe your training in psychology?
Sure.
And how many years? And how many years? I'll let you go ahead.
I had an undergraduate degree, which was 4 years. I then entered a master's program, which was 3 years, and then matriculated into a PhD program, which was 5 years. I had the opportunity to be the only neuropsych emphasis student. So I got to train with one of my mentors, Dr. Aaron Bigler, one-on-one for much of my training. Also other professors in neuroscience. So it was a really wonderful program that allowed me a lot of one-on-one time with these great mentors of mine. I graduated, I finished my dissertation and then went off to internship. And I did my internship, like I mentioned, at the Veterans Hospital here in Salt Lake City, right in 2007 and 2008, which you may recall was right during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, so OIF and OEF. And that's where I gleaned a lot more of my concussion training.
Okay, and
Your Honor, would you explain what we're doing here?
Sure, there's portions of the transcript that don't need to be read in court openly, so they'll be skipping over some of that.
any other hospital or clinical work that you haven't already mentioned? Can you tell?
In that edition.
Okay, and any other hospital or clinical work that you haven't already mentioned? Can you tell the jury?
Sure, yes. So this is my 18th year working for Intermountain Healthcare as a neuropsychologist. I started there in neurotrauma rehab, which really was focusing more on inpatient, severe and moderate traumatic brain injury patients. And we had a wonderful multidisciplinary team there, but I did neuropsychological assessments on patients in the hospital and also in the outpatient realm. And I'm still working for IHC. I've been able to help open 2 concussion clinics for IHC, one at Utah Valley Regional and one at American Fork, where I'm still working part-time there. I also work for, I have a clinic here called Cognitive Effects, which is a clinic where we cater to, and we specialize in chronic, persistent post-concussion symptom patients. And then I also have a clinic called Neural Effects, which is located in Provo as well, and we cater more towards the acute, newly injured patients.
Can you explain to the jury the types of TBI victims that you've treated and dealt with in your career?
Sure. Earlier on in my career, I really focused on moderate and severe traumatic brain injury. So these are patients that, either needed neurosurgery or they had a skull fracture or some type of bleeding in the brain, and they were typically in a coma for part of it, whether it was medically induced or part of the traumatic brain injury. I then also moved on to seeing more of the mild realm. So I've actually seen the whole spectrum of traumatic brain injury, but I have stayed in this mild traumatic brain injury realm, which is synonymous with concussion.
What does mild mean in mild traumatic brain injury?
So by mild, we don't necessarily mean the symptoms are mild. What that means is that it's not life or death, okay? So we're not dealing with someone that needs, a shunt placement. We're not dealing with swelling and that we need to remove part of the skull. When the term mild was given, it really just meant that this is a patient with a closed head injury, right? But did not need surgical intervention of that type. So that's where the term mild comes from, but the symptoms can be very, very serious for a patient with concussion.
Hey, you mentioned Aaron Bigler. Can you describe for the jury who he is and what you did studying under him?
Sure. Aaron Bigler has been the president of both of the neuropsychological associations. He is probably the most renowned neuropsychologist because he pioneered this marriage between neuropsychologists and advanced neuroimaging. He has been instrumental in creating and helping mentor other neuropsychologists that have also gone into other types of advanced neuroimaging fields. He's just, I think, probably the most prominent, if not one of the most prominent neuropsychologists to date, internationally.
Okay, let's talk about the clinic. Let's see, in your professional specialties and interests, there's, children, adults in general, and concussion victims. If you could describe that.
Sure. I specialize in the entire age range of concussions. Here at Cognitive Effects, for example, we treat people really between the ages of 8 and 99. At Neural Effects, we see people of all ages, even babies and toddlers. And at American Fork Concussion Clinic, we also see people of all ages.
Okay, and then about your clinic or work, what is it and how long has it been around?
Okay, so again, I have 2 clinics, but I think the one in question would be Cognitive Effects, since that's where I treated Terry. We've been around here in Utah for about 8 years. Prior to that, our first opening was actually in Boston. It wasn't here. We were getting this one off the ground, but the first clinic we opened was in Boston in partnership with Tom Brady, who was, he played for the Patriots at the time. But he and one of his trainers opened up TB12, which stood for Tom Brady and his number 12, but it was TB12 Sports Therapy and Concussion Clinic, and we were the concussion arm of that clinic there. And so that's where it all started, and then 2 years later we opened here in Provo.
Okay. How many employees are at your clinic?
We have about 70 to 75 right now, employees.
Okay, and what types of employees? Let's say starting with the MDs and PhDs, the doctors.
So we have a variety of MDs. We have a neurosurgeon, who's one of my partners, Dr. Lynn Buffane. We have Dr. Bruce McKiff, who is our in-house neuroradiologist. We have a doctor of nurse practitioner. We have a PhD. We have PhD neuropsychology. We have several PhD clinical psychologists. We have physical therapists, occupational therapists, neuromuscular therapists, cognitive therapists, speech language pathologists, vision specialists, vestibular specialists, neurosensory integration specialists, sensory motor specialists, and so on and so on. I'm sure I'm missing some, but we have all of these therapists that are licensed all in-house, and we are able to do a very intense, multimodal, multi-factored boot camp program here, which caters to these much more chronic, difficult cases.
Like Dr. Sanderson's, Terry Sanderson's?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Before I get to that, Terry Sanderson, the plaintiff, what about the equipment at your facility or your clinic?
Are you referring to the MRI machine that we have?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have a 1.5 Tesla MRI machine in-house, which makes it really convenient to be able to scan these patients before and after treatment, sometimes in between treatment weeks as well, to track recovery, to track severity.
When you say recovery, do people recover completely in a clinical setting such as yours?
You know, we definitely have some people that recover completely. They will report they recover completely. I'd say that comprises of about maybe 15% of our patients. About 85% will say that they have significant improvement, but it is a brain injury, and sometimes these effects can be lifelong.
Okay. Let's.
Oh, we lost you, Lawrence.
You. Okay. You.
Can you hear us?
Lawrence, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. I can hear you. I can, you guys are all fine. I don't know what's going on.
Oh yeah,
Can you hear me
lost
now?
you for a long time there, so you'll
Okay.
have to start that question over.
Okay. Where do your patients come from?
They come from all over the world, actually. I'd say maybe about 25% of our patients are from Utah, but 75% come from all over the United States. And, well, no, I'd say about 65% come from the rest of the US, and another 10% come from all over the world. We typically have, on average, about 4 of our 20 patients here, 4 of our 18 to 20 patients coming from Europe, or, you know, we have some from Israel, from Asia, from Canada. So it's a really kind of a United Nations here during our treatment weeks.
Doctor, can I interrupt 1 second? The camera is cutting off the top of your head sometimes. There you go, that's better.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay. Now, at your clinic, as you earlier described that you cover all sorts of patients. Can you explain what a closed head brain injury is?
Sure. A closed head brain injury typically means it's a non-penetrating injury. So it's an injury that where there's no skull fracture, but there's like a jolting or kind of a rapid kind of force movement that has the brain, here shaking inside of a skull. But a closed head injury means that there is no penetration of the skull into the brain and no skull fracture.
Okay. And what is an MTBI?
An MTBI is considered a mild traumatic brain injury. And as I mentioned before, mild doesn't mean the symptoms are mild. Mild is just in reference to being juxtaposed to moderate and severe, which mean more of a bleeding in the brain or more kind of organic neurologic findings. So MTBI is synonymous with concussion because a concussion actually, as part of the diagnostic criteria, has no findings on structural imaging, and that means CT and MRI.
And what is PCS or post-concussion symptoms?
So PCS is the name of the complex process that occurs when a patient has been struggling with concussion sequela over a long period of time. In fact, there are different kind of categories of post-concussion symptoms. if you have symptoms for more than 3 to 6 months, for more than that, you can be categorized as persistent post-concussion symptoms or persistent post-concussive symptoms. So what this is just a patient that has concussion symptoms past a certain amount of time, you know, and in Terry's case, you know, by the time I saw him, he was struggling with these concussion symptoms for almost a year and a half.
Okay. And so are these names closed head injury, MTBI, post-concussion syndrome? These are the symptoms that Terry has?
So, yeah, these are different, I guess, names of different diagnoses that he could have. You know, he had an MTBI, which is a concussion, but then you can also have PCS, because that comes like in a timeline after someone gets an MTBI. But yes, he was diagnosed with a concussion and MTBI, and then also with the sequela, which is PCS, or persistent post-concussive symptoms.
Okay. What are the risk factors for harmful consequences from a concussion?
Risk factors. Okay, so I think what you're asking me are there certain things that a person can go through or have that could increase their chances of having more issues with concussions? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. There are definitely risk factors. There was a study that was done by one of my colleagues, Michael McRae. It was one of these seminal studies that actually pointed out that there are several what we call risk factors that can lead to a more complicated recovery and a more complicated presentation of symptoms. In Terry's case specifically, he met several of them. One was he actually had a prior diagnosis of anxiety and depression. And so having a prior mental health history is one of the big risk factors for PCS and persistent post-concussion symptoms. Another one was migraine history. So if someone has a history of headaches or migraines prior, that is also a risk factor. And another one was some of the structural brain findings that he had as well. I think it was called normal pressure hydrocephaly. Those are also some risk factors for post-concussion symptoms.
In Terry's case, what do risk factors mean?
Well, in Terry's case and in other patients' cases, it means that puts them at a much higher likelihood to have this complicated presentation and this complicated recovery. You know, it's just harder for them to recover, and their symptoms can last longer and feel quite debilitating.
So, in your opinion, Terry has persistent post-concussion syndrome or symptoms, in your opinion, has he recovered, or will he ever recover?
Terry came to my clinic, about 2017, so a little under 6 years ago. And he worked so hard. He really, you know, gave his best effort, and he did notice, and we noticed some definite improvements. But talking to him now, knowing where he is now, it is still showing clearly that he's still struggling. And so, I mean, if I have a fault, it's that I am an eternal optimist, and I always, you know, want to keep treating and keep working, because I know neuroplasticity is real. But, you know, I think we're getting to the point where he's 76, and I do worry that some of these issues may be long-standing, but I still have some hope.
Okay. Let's talk about your process at your clinic. You do a clinical interview. Can you explain why and what that means?
Sure. So before one of the very first times that I met with Terry, I sat down with him and we went over what we call a clinical interview. And that is information gathering. I'm trying to assess what happened to him. I want to know what his symptoms were like. I wanted to hear about the injury that occurred. And so it's a really good way to gather information and to get a really good history of the patient. You know, I'll ask about psychiatric history. I'll ask about some prior medical history. I'll ask about some prior concussions as well. And so it allows me to assess what's going on and to then have a clinical diagnosis based on that clinical interview.
Okay. When you first met with Terry, I think it was August of 2017. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
So that was about a year and a half after the ski crash that is the subject of this case. And what was his diagnosis at the time when he came to your clinic?
Well, he already came with a concussion diagnosis, right? And it was my job at that point to confirm that. I felt that he did meet that criteria, but I also was able to list out a year and a half later, 15 months later, what symptoms he was still struggling with. And for me, what's most important is if those symptoms were things that I thought that I could treat or that I could help him with.
Is self-reporting and clinical questionnaire, like in Terry's case, how normal is that in assessing neuropsychological issues in the medical community or the psychological community?
So, very common. In fact, most of the time, by the time a patient gets to me, they've already had diagnoses from several other clinicians, right? I mean, usually a neuropsychologist is not their first person they go to, okay? But, you know, really, as a clinician, the best way to ascertain if someone has a concussion is to ask them questions. You know, we have some different types of tests that we can do as well, like balance tests and vision tests that we can do with them, which are very easy to do and can be done, you know, very quickly in a clinical setting. But yeah, for the most part, it's talking to them, talking about what symptoms they have, when these symptoms started, and really identifying kind of an inciting event or a cause for what happened and when these symptoms started to come about.
What sense do you have, or any evidence do you have, that Terry might have been malingering, exaggerating, or faking his symptoms?
None whatsoever. Terry showed up to every appointment on time. He gave his best effort. The treatment that we do is very, very intensive. So it required Terry to show up every morning on time, to give his best effort in every single therapy appointment. And we're looking at, you know, in a given week that he was with us, 32 hours of therapy, all right? He was an ideal patient. I got to see him every day while he was here in treatment and got to follow up with him and connect with him. And there was no issue with any of our therapists that he was in any way malingering or faking this. In fact, it was almost the opposite. You know, Terry is, you know, a very, very intelligent man, and he didn't want to be injured. I mean, I think that was really clear. It was he's someone that doesn't want to be sick and was willing to do everything he possibly could to improve where he was at.
Thank you. What is your understanding about his concussion in this ski crash of February 26, 2016? I mean, was the ski crash a cause or the cause of his concussion?
Objection leading.
Okay, I'll rephrase. You're familiar with the ski crash of 2016 he was in February, right?
Correct.
What are I'm getting at your preliminary opinions at this point. What significant problems was Terry suffering from, in your opinion, from this ski crash of 2016?
Well, he was reporting a myriad of symptoms, including cognitive issues. So, he wasn't, he was fatigued. He wasn't thinking as clearly as he was before. He reported some issues with mood, personality changes, pain as well, headaches, and so on.
And how significant were these problems, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, according to Terry's report, these were quite significantly affecting his life. I mean, it was affecting his personal life, his family relationships, his friendships, his ability to, have self-confidence. He was further isolating. He just it affected him on so many levels, especially for someone that was used to loving life and enjoying life and traveling and all that. By the time he came to me, that was pretty much gone.
Okay. Oh, I think I was mistaken. Maybe you saw Terry first in May of 2017. How much, how significant I guess what I'm trying to get at is, how can a person with high average or superior scores on testing still be impaired by a traumatic brain injury and suffer persistent concussive symptoms? Can you explain that, please?
Sure. I think what you're referring to is, I know that he completed a neuropsychological evaluation, I believe maybe at the VA hospital. Does that sound right? I don't want to misspeak.
Yes, maybe that's it.
Yeah, and in fact, I know who, Dr. Madsen, I believe, and she was there when I was doing my residency at the VA. She's a wonderful neuropsychologist. What we have, when we deal with concussion patients, okay, we have seen that, especially if they are intelligent or if they are at a higher level of functioning, which, I would assume he would be, considering his education level, him being an optometric physician, you would assume that he's functioning rather well. So with these patients, often the neuropsychological, like paper pencil tests that they can do are not sensitive enough to pick up some of the challenges that he's having. In one sense, maybe his functioning was up here prior to the accident, and then now he's down here. But if everyone else is down here, he'll be kind of in the average, maybe high average range. But, we could assume maybe he was in the superior range prior to that. And so we often see cases where neuropsych testing or neurocognitive testing can be totally normal, but the patient can still have a concussion. And in fact, one of the best
The blank out is intentional.
Concussion and brain injury, where to get help, and it says about concussion. It's entitled head. Excuse me. We'll be sending this to you right now in the next minute or two, Jane.
I apologize for the difficulty and interruptions. In the old days, we used to just read this to you, so this is much preferable. I guess the old days wasn't that long ago, was it?
Judge, we're about 45% through. Is it, do you want to take a break or just keep going?
How are we doing right now? We can keep going right now? Okay, we'll keep going.
Right now. I'd like to talk about, in particular, Terry Sanderson's case. It's my understanding you recommended that he travel. Why did you recommend that he travel?
So when he completed the boot camp with us, part of what he said that he missed and part of what gave him so much joy was traveling. You know, and as someone like Terry, who I actually really love to travel, right? In fact, as you know, I'm heading to Europe for work to present at some conferences internationally. I encouraged him to try to get back to doing things that he loved. I did caution him that he should not travel alone because of his memory issues and other problem-solving issues. But I did strongly recommend that he try to get back to doing things that he enjoys. And that included travel.
So, how would you describe the treatment then that he's received at your clinic?
So the treatment was very intensive, very targeted and focused to those particular regions, right, that we saw. And it is a boot camp. I mean, he was here with us for a full week. He participated in no less than 32 hours of therapy. And then the rest of those hours were filled with before and after imaging, right? Yeah, he was very compliant, but every day he had at least 1 hour of cognitive therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, neuromuscular therapy, vision, vestibular, and even psychotherapy, right? I mean, you cannot extricate some of the, the depression and anxiety aspects because he suffered from that beforehand. So we made sure he got some of that here in treatment as well.
Hey, Lawrence, if I may, I'm just noting that if she has to leave at 3:30, there's only an hour left, and I have an outline of like 10 pages. So it's going to be tough for me to get through without the rest of the time here.
Okay, we'll try to go quickly. Thank you, Doctor. What are some of the recommendations that you've made after this treatment for Terry in terms of his regular life or outside of the clinic?
I believe I listed my recommendations on a report that was on actually Exhibit 33, if you want to share that one. I have some recommendations on there. I don't have it right in front of me, but
I'll share it real quickly.
Okay.
It's not in color.
That's okay. Just go all the way up to the top. going? Okay, so right here, actually, if you go down, so these are some recommendations. I recommended some massage therapy. I know that he was seeing a therapist as well, and I recommended that he continue to do that. If you scroll up again, keep going up. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Go down right here. So post-epic treatment report.
Anderson had a concussion on or about February 26, 2016,
Yes, it is.
and that resulted in a TBI.
It resulted in what we consider an MTBI. Yes, a traumatic brain injury.
Judge, just 1 second. We're going to try to find out if we skipped ahead too far.
Page 51, line 12. She just read 11.
So we can back up.
No, psychotherapy. I recommended.
What's psychotherapy in there?
Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Go down right here. So post-epic treatment report recommendations. You know, he's still reporting balance issues, dizziness, mental fog, feeling slowed down, difficulty remembering, irritability. And so I recommended, psychotherapy. I recommended some additional cognitive and occupational therapy, as well as neuromuscular therapy.
Okay, and these are pages 6 and 7 of the 87 pages of Exhibit 33. Okay. So is it your opinion that Dr. Sanderson had a concussion on or about February 26, 2016?
Yes, it is.
And that resulted in a TBI?
It resulted in what we consider an MTBI. Yes, a traumatic brain injury.
And the cause, he self-reported that his injuries were caused by a ski collision on February 26, 2016.
The wheels kind of fell off the truck for him, so he reported that he was functioning fine.
I didn't want to make an objection in the middle of all that, but I just want to register for the record that we object that. For treatment, it sounds like it wasn't related to treatment, but I just wanted to get that on the record.
How are your opinions changed since your deposition? Have they, how have any of your opinions changed about Terry since his deposition?
I don't think they've changed at all. If anything, I fear that.
That's the part right there that you should pause it. And you can pop ahead to line 17.
Experts, including two neuropsychologists, Dr. Eastfold and Dr. Austin. You've reviewed the defense's handpicked experts, including two neuropsychologists, Dr. Eastfold and Dr. Askenazi. What are your responses to their opinions, or at least in their reports?
Well, I mean, they have a lot of opinions in their reports. But again, I want to just emphasize that there's a really big difference between going over someone's chart in another state across the world and actually having that patient in front of me, you know, dejected, crying, helping them. You know, I think it's really easy to criticize someone from that far away, and it's a totally different beast when you're in the trenches with that patient trying to get them out. They have a lot of opinions that I think show that they are not concussion experts, that they are not traumatic brain injury specific persistent post-concussion experts. And I think if I'm being totally honest, a lot of their opinions are easily refutable, if not most of their opinions are easily refutable by just going online and looking at, you know, the CDC recommendations for clinicians and how to treat concussions.
Okay.
With all due respect, but you know, I mean, they do not. I just do not think that they're seeing him as an individual and as someone that is really suffering and has suffered and has done everything in their power to try to get better.
Do you have, or what examples do you have that, of their opinions that you disagree with, if you can recall right now?
Yeah, well, one of the big ones is that they don't think that he has post-concussion symptoms. I don't know if they just don't believe it exists or whatnot, but you know, I mean, it's interesting because I believe all the experts agree, defense and plaintiffs, that he had a concussion. Where we're dividing is whether or not that turned into post-concussion symptoms. And again, it's just they may not be aware of, you know, the litany of research that confirms that post-concussion symptoms are real and persistent post-concussion symptoms are real, despite normal findings on neuropsychological assessment. A lot of their attacks seem to want to place a lot of the blame and the burden on prior diagnoses, like his prior anxiety or his prior depression or his prior headaches or his prior findings. But the important thing to note is that this is a man who at that age of his late 60s was very, very active, was very high functioning, you know, was someone that was volunteering out in the community all the time. He organized social gatherings for people. I mean, this is someone that was engaged to be married, you know, and now has lost even that prospect. I mean, this has completely changed his life, physically, emotionally, biologically, psychologically, and socially. We call it a biopsychosocial model, right? And he has been affected in all those domains. And like I said, a litany of literature will back this up, that, you know, he's not one of the miserable minority. And in fact, so much research will bear out that actually now a majority of patients are still reporting symptoms past the 3 to 6 to 5 year month mark or 5 year mark.
Okay,
You know.
Lawrence, are you almost done? Because
yes, I'm on the last page. The defense has mentioned repeatedly normal pressure hydrocephalus, or NPH. How does that factor into Terry Sanderson's condition from this post-concussive syndrome?
Well, you know, so normal pressure hydrocephaly is just kind of this, it's an abnormal buildup or an increase in cerebrospinal fluid in the brain's ventricles, right? And so it was noted, I know in 2009, the interesting thing to note was that he was asymptomatic with this, right? So people can have this and not even know that they have it until, you know, you get a brain scan or something. So I think he was identified as having that, but I believe that the doctor who, or the radiologist or the doctor who ordered that noted that he was not symptomatic at the time. But one of the things that I want to point out is that that was one of the risk factors for him having post-concussion symptoms. That was one of the risk factors for him having a complicated recovery, or, you know, a kind of a more complex pathophysiological process here that I don't think is being appreciated by the defense's experts. You know, it kind of almost made him more fragile and more susceptible to these issues. You know, I just want to point out they're not mutually exclusive. He can't, it's not that, oh, he has NPH and that's all he has. If you have NPH, imagine, and then you have a significant hit to the head when you're flopped onto your face, you know, broken ribs and everything, that amount of force is going to cause trauma to any brain, let alone a brain that already has NPH as a diagnosis. So they're not mutually exclusive. If anything, they compound each other.
What are the American Psychological Association Code of Ethics directives on doing exams, according to your understanding, that are involved with these defense experts?
Can you clarify your question? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Are you familiar with the Code of Ethics?
Yes, of course. The American Psychological Association Code of Ethics, of course, yes.
What do they say about doing exams?
You mean like neuro?
Vague.
Yeah, can you?
Okay. Are they supposed to do them, psychologists, when they're doing exams, such as for Dr. Terry Sanderson?
You mean?
Oh, well, let's skip that. We're running short on time. Are there any other, or what other criticisms do you have of the neuropsychological experts for the defense? Any other before we leave?
I'm sure I do have some, but I'm sure that James will bring them up.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. Thank you, Dr. Fong.
Okay, great. Let's get right to it. Dr. Fong, I'm going to be kind of quick and curt, but it's not because I want to be a jerk. It's just because I have a job to do and want to help us make sure we're getting to the truth here the best that this process can do.
Sure.
So if you wouldn't mind just making sure you really listen to my questions, answer them, especially if it's just a yes or no. It'll help if you just give me that, and then you'll have a chance to explain yourself with some of the other questions as well. So I haven't heard you explain why you can say that Terry's findings are clearly connected to a post-concussive syndrome as against developing Alzheimer's, or he has multiple things listed here. I could go through them, but you get the point, I think.
I do. And
Objection. Misstates facts in evidence.
I'm using my 18 years of expertise as a clinical neuropsychologist and my expertise treating concussions using self-report measures, clinical interviews, using different in-house assessments to determine that. The reason I said that I believe it came from that accident was because, again, I'm using his report that prior to that accident, he was functioning fine. after this accident and the trauma and, all the other physical trauma that happened to him, now he's having these issues. So I just want to clarify.
Okay, well, one of my questions, though, is that you didn't do anything to assess whether there might be past medical history that could explain his findings during your evaluation, aside from receive self-report from him. Is that right?
Yes, correct. But
So, okay, so that's, again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be curt. I'm just trying to be quick here.
Let her
So
finish, counsel.
No, Lawrence, you gave me no time, so I'm trying to be quick here, okay? And she'll be able to explain herself. So, Dr. Fong, just to be clear, you did not ask for prior medical records and go through those to see what there might be in Mr. Sanderson's past, correct?
that is not correct.
How is that not correct? At your deposition, you made it really clear that you did not look at prior medical records.
Well, but I did not go off nothing for that. I asked him about
I didn't,
medical history.
Dr. Fong, I did not say that you went off nothing. I very specifically asked whether you went through medical records to look for prior history that might have some influence on Mr. Sanderson's findings in your clinic. And the answer is that you did not do that, correct?
I did not do that for Terry, but I don't do that for most patients that come to me. And so I need to just further correct you that most times when you go to the doctor, you don't come with a whole stack of medical records. You come to the doctor saying, hey, these are my symptoms. This is what's going on. This is what happened. Can you treat me? And so
Sure.
I just want to be very clear. I am not a forensic. I don't do this forensically. A lot of the defense experts, that's when they'll need all these medical records to make all these opinions. I'm a treating doctor. I come with the patient as they are. I'm provided medical records sometimes.
Right, but you did know when you treated Mr. Sanderson that he was in active litigation about exactly the sorts of things you were evaluating him for, and that your testimony, your opinions would be used in this case, did you not?
No, I did not, because there are some people that come in with attorneys that never, ever, ever ask me for an opinion at all. We have some people that come in without an attorney that through the course of the time get one, and then I have to testify. But I think unlike some of your defense experts, I'm a treating physician 95% of the time. I only do this when I have to in these cases.
Right, but I think you're misunderstanding what I'm getting at. I'm not saying you always testify. I'm saying you knew that your records would be, and your conclusions that you put in your records would be part of, likely be part of litigation, correct?
See, yes, and that word was likely. I don't know though, right? I mean,
Sure.
I treated him like I treat everybody
Of course.
else, because just because someone has an attorney doesn't mean that it's going to go to litigation. And I've been in this game long enough to know that.
No, of course, I know that as well. But because you knew that it was likely to go to litigation, because it was in active litigation, why is it that you didn't ask for records so that you could be as precise as you can be, right? I mean, you should be able to do some interrogation of the facts that you're gathering from him, so that you can feel confident about the results that you offer, correct?
No, and see, this is where I think you're trying to miscategorize me, James. I didn't treat Terry any differently than I treat any other patient that comes to my clinic, whether they're in litigation or not. All my job is to testify as to what I did with him, the treatment that I had with him, and I did just as well with Terry's information that I do with the 18 patients that I have outside my door right now. So in the cases where there are medical records to be seen, I will see them, but I don't think you fully appreciate how busy my clinical practice is. I don't think you fully appreciate how many patients there are with post-concussion symptoms. I mean, of all the traumatic brain injuries that occur, 90% of them are MTBIs or concussions. So I am very, very busy. I do not have time to pore over every single medical record. I take the patient as they come. If they provide me with some, that's fantastic. But my job is to get to work, get this patient better, and to move forward from that point.
Right, but wouldn't you agree as I think you did multiple times in your deposition, that you, at the time of your evaluation of Mr. Sanderson, had not reviewed or were not aware of multiple aspects of his prior history that could be relevant to your findings.
No, I believe the only thing I didn't know about at the time was the NPH diagnosis. I already knew about the migraine history in the depot. I already knew about the past anxiety and the past depression.
Doctor, we're going to have to go to your deposition, I guess, because I think there are multiple places where you acknowledge that you didn't know some of these things. I don't know if you have the transcript available. I'm happy to go through these, but
Yeah.
It's going to take a while, and I don't have time. So
Yeah, then I don't want to, I don't think you want to misspeak either,
No.
What I can say is that, nothing's perfect. Maybe I missed one or two things here and there, but overall, I assessed someone that was struggling, that listed his symptoms, and we went from there.
Okay, so let's just go through a couple of these things. You were unaware at the time of your evaluation that he'd had 2 neuropsychological evaluations before your evaluation, right, in March 2016 and May 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also were unaware of the 2009 MRI that he had underwent prior to your evaluation.
Yes, which I stated, yes.
Right. And you were unaware, let's see, of his vision and hearing problems? Or are you saying now that you were aware?
No, and in fact, no, I wasn't aware of his vision and hearing problems at the time. He did not report those to me.
Right. Okay. That's all I need.
Uh-huh.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson reported to his primary care provider a few weeks before the collision that he felt like, quote, he was getting old all of a sudden?
Maybe not in those specific words.
Okay. I mean, you probably didn't know anything about that, right? Because you didn't look at records.
No, again, what I had was his self-report to me of what he was struggling with. And I just want to point out that the relevance of this is to a treating doctor is not that relevant. I wanted to treat him who he was right here. The fact that he had 2 prior neuropsychological assessments, how would that change my treatment of him, right? Because all I'm saying is he's coming to me with these symptoms. I just want to treat from here on out. I think
right. No, I get that. You've explained that multiple times. I get that. I'm saying it's relevant because there are experts on the plaintiff's side, not just the defense side, that say these prior issues are relevant because the results might be influenced by those prior issues, and you didn't know about them.
But I'm not
You
saying
get that point?
Can I finish? I'm not saying they're irrelevant. What I'm saying is, so I knew about the migraines, I knew about some of the psych issues, and what I'm assessing for, James, is these risk factors that set him up to be even more complicated, right? But that still doesn't change how I treated him. So what you are pointing out to me, though, are definitely things that make him more fragile, that make him more susceptible to having more issues after this violent injury that he had, So
Sure, but on that point of violent injury, Dr. Fong, you didn't do anything but just receive his report about what the collision was, correct?
Oh, yes, that is correct. I received.
And there are and are you aware that there are multiple various fact witnesses that contradict his account?
That's not for me to determine. I'm not an attorney, but all I know is that, this was a significant injury where he lost some consciousness, and he had several broken ribs as well. I mean, this wasn't just a light tap.
Yeah, well, Dr. Fong, but some of those facts are in dispute, including whether he lost consciousness, and you're not aware of that dispute, are you?
The dispute, honestly, James, again, if your experts could just look at the CDC manual.
It's not experts, Dr. Fong. It's the fact witnesses, people that were there that say he did not lose
Okay.
consciousness.
Well, but
So-
what I want to point out, James, is that whether he did or did not lose consciousness shouldn't be debated, because actually 90+% of concussions don't lose consciousness at all. So I think that's kind of a red herring, honestly, you know? So if you knew, and if your defense experts and anyone else knew that, it's a red herring. You don't have to lose consciousness to have a concussion. 90% of concussions do not have a loss of consciousness. So
That's not why I'm bringing this up, Dr. Fong. I'm bringing it up to make sure the jury knows the facts, that you were not aware of any of the various claims about how this injury occurred at the time of your evaluation. Is that correct?
that may be, but now that I do know, it does not change my opinion, nor did it change how we treated him, nor does it change that he's still struggling with some of these issues and still needs help.
A good way to get to this is to ask you whether there was anyone prior to your evaluation of Mr. Sanderson that diagnosed him with post-concussive symptoms or syndrome. Are you aware of anyone?
You know, I don't know that, but it just stands to reason that if he had a concussion and he was still struggling with those issues, that right there at that point it becomes PCS or post-concussion symptoms.
Right, but what I'm trying to get at is that it seems to me that you haven't done anything to scientifically rule out the possibility that prior medical issues are the cause of his abnormalities.
I don't have to.
As opposed to the concussion.
But see, that's what you're not understanding. I don't have to rule those things out. They can be part and parcel. You can have NPH, you can have a migraine, you can have anxiety and depression, and that makes you at much higher risk to have post-concussion symptoms. They're not extricable from each other, you know? I think that, you know, in my last deposition, I quoted a study that had come out in that year, 2017, that actually showed that 72% of concussion patients 5 years later are still having symptoms. There's a study done by Dr. Bigler that same year that showed that only 27% of their cohort, of their patients, only 27% met full recovery. That's, you know, 73% of patients that are not recovering. So again, the data is against you really, because these patients are not recovering like we think they are, and they're still needing help. And the problem is, the longer this goes, the symptoms start to evolve. That's the whole purpose of the study, is that at 5-year mark, and he's way past this 5-year mark now, these symptoms become psychological. They become inextricable from the actual concussion itself. And that is where the research is leading. And if you were a concussion specialist, you would recognize that. PCS is what happens when you have a patient that has had a concussion and is still having those symptoms. And you're right, the anxiety, the depression, the NPH, the migraines, they all contribute, but they are not exclusive. They are all part of this problem.
Right, but Dr. Fong, even plaintiff's experts, including Dr. Boehm, who I deposed yesterday, who's a neurologist for the plaintiff, he says that most patients that have had a concussion, they do not go on to have post-concussive syndrome. In fact, he says it's 5% or less, I believe, is his number for what of the percentage of patients that have a concussion that have persisting symptoms. So do you disagree with that claim?
I do, and I respect neurologists. I don't know who Dr. Bain is, but that was old data. That was data coming out of like 2003. If you look at data coming from 2017 forward, that number ranges from 27% to like 87% now that have these persistent issues. So I do respectfully disagree, but I do have to say that this is all I do all day, every day, is concussion and post-concussion. But that is where the data shows. That's what the data shows now.
But nobody before you talked about post-concussive syndrome or PCS.
Well, I mean, all I can tell you is that I'm a PCS expert, right? My clinic here is about PCS. I don't need another doctor to diagnose with PCS for me to be able to diagnose him with PCS. Does that make sense?
But you just said that you didn't diagnose him with PCS. That's what I'm not getting, doctor. You're saying you don't diagnose him, but then you're saying that you did, and I can't understand what I'm missing.
I don't understand what you're missing either. Terry had PCS. I have no problem saying that I would diagnose him with PCS just based on my interactions with him, the clinical interview, the self-report measures, the assessments. That is what I use. The reason why I would diagnose him with PCS, James, is because by the time he came to me, it had been almost a year and a half post his concussion. Per his report, prior to the concussion, he was asymptomatic. He was living his best life. He didn't have a lot of these symptoms. He did have, of course, the premorbid things that we talked about. But by the time he came to me 18 months later, I just want to make sure that this is clear. By the time he came to me 18 months later, with the constellation of symptoms that he reported, I diagnosed him with PCS. But I think, you know, your job, James, and I think you're doing it relatively, you're trying to do it relatively well, is trying to, you know, convolute this and say that how do you know it's not just aging? How do you know it's not just this? How do you know it's not just this? Because you're ignoring the big event that catalyzed all this, that started all.
No, I'm not. Dr. Fung, I'm not. I have an understanding from other experts, including experts on plaintiff's side, that the vast majority of concussions are treated in a short period of time. It's totally possible, is it not? Just I want a clear answer on this. Is it not possible that Mr. Sanderson had a concussion, the concussion symptoms resolved, and then he's continued to have other problems that you treated him for that were not concussion related? Is that not possible?
I mean, anything's possible. It is not probable. It is not probable because I think you are completely ignoring the fact that he had these prior issues, which makes him more fragile and significantly more at risk for these issues.
Yeah, but Dr. Fung, you haven't even reviewed. Sure.
Okay, can I finish? And they're not mutually exclusive. He can have these issues and have a concussion. And sure, I mean, at this point.
I understand that, Dr. Fung. I understand that. You've made that clear. What I'm saying is you didn't do any work aside from getting a self-report from Mr. Sanderson, who you knew was litigating these claims. You did not do anything to figure out what his history was from the time he had the concussion to the time that you treated him. That's correct. Other than self-report from him, you didn't do anything to assess what had happened to him, correct?
That is what I do with all my patients, James.
I know, but that doesn't matter if you've done it with all your patients. I'm just pointing out that you don't have a strong foundation in terms of the evidence to make a strong, confident claim that his concussion symptoms didn't resolve, and then he developed other symptoms or other prior symptoms persisted that were unrelated to the concussion. You didn't do anything aside from speaking to him to assess that. Is that correct?
All I can say to that is that
I need a yes or no on that.
There is no yes or no.
Simple question.
This is no, it's not a simple question. And here's how I'm going to answer it. I have more time with him. I have more evidence. I have more treating evidence with him. So I'm more apt and have more ability to answer this question than any of the other experts on either side because of the amount of time I spent with him. So if you're going to criticize the amount of time I spent with him and the information I gathered, remember that I'm the one who actually spent that week of treatment with him and have had more contact with him. So of all the experts that, hold on, please. Of all the experts that are opining, I feel like I'm the best judge of what happened to him in that case. And so again, you want to criticize me, we can flip that around and say, well, your expert spent no time with him. So, you know, again,
sure.
I mean, it's back and forth, but all I can say, and I think you're going to keep beating this horse down. I gathered as much information from him as I did with all my other patients. I'm not going to treat him specially just because he has an attorney. He came to me with these problems. I treated him with these problems. And he's, you know, he did get better in a lot of areas. He's still struggling. And that's what the focus needs to be, is he is still struggling. He's done everything he can to get help, but he needs more help.
Sure, but Dr. Fong, while it's true that you have spent a lot of time with him, it's also true that his primary care providers, for example, spent more time with him than you did, right, over many years. Is that not true? I mean, if someone treated him for decades, they have more experience with him than you do in your boot camp, correct?
Well,
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
yeah.
Please just give me a yes or no. That's a simple
no.
question.
Objection
Hold on.
argumentative.
If you're going to someone as a general practitioner versus coming to me specifically for concussion, you're talking about apples versus oranges, James.
Right,
I've
but
more
I'm not.
experience with him with concussion. That's what this is about. It's about whether he has concussion symptoms, whether he's still injured. You know, I appreciate that his general practitioner is wonderful and will do all those things and will probably document that, yeah, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not going to assume what he documented, but I think that he spent more time with me as a treating doctor for concussion. Think about that, 32 hours. I don't know if that would add up to, you know, the amount of time that would be spent with him in a general practitioner. I get what you're trying to say, but again, he's not coming to me for general medical problems. He's coming to me for his concussion.
I see. So let me, I know I got to finish up here. I have a lot more.
James, let me quick object. The lawsuit started in January 2019. Her treatment was in 2017.
Right, but you referred, she knew he had attorneys, correct? I mean, okay. She's already answered that question. Okay, so.
That's the problem with PCS, and you could do a lot of research on this. The reason why concussion is considered the most complex disease of the most complex organ is because the symptoms can be so broad and can be attributed to other issues, which is why you need someone who has an expertise in this field to be able to diagnose that correctly or properly.
So in your CV, you say that you're currently authoring a technical paper developing and outlining the standard of care for treatment of post-concussive concussion symptoms or chronic concussion. So that implies to me that standard of care is being developed, that it hasn't actually been developed yet. Is that a fair interpretation?
Persistent post-concussion symptom is a different animal from concussion. And so as far as setting, you know, there is no standard of care with these really complicated concussions. All we're getting close to is that these cases are so difficult and so hard to manage that the decision of what imaging to use, what to do with these patients is done by clinician on a case-to-case basis. It's a problem that people are recognizing, and now we're adding that COVID long hauler is, you know, another one of these issues. It just bears to the fact that you can have so many different experts saying so many different things that, you know, it kind of leaves that part open. But for someone like me, who, like I said, I've treated 7,000 concussion patients, not much left there's not much left to a ton of interpretation for me. I have probably seen more than, and again, I'm talking specifically about this persistent post-concussive class of people, right? I've probably seen more than most other clinicians in the world. That's why I get referred to from physicians and clinicians all over the world.
Okay, a couple real quick questions and we'll be done. But as I understand from your deposition, you're not board certified. Is that correct?
It's not a requirement. Nope.
Right, but just to answer the question, the answer is no.
I said no. I said no, but it's not.
Oh, sorry. Okay, got it. I didn't hear that. So, and you did not do a fellowship training, is that right?
No, that's absolutely not true. I did 2 years of fellowship in a postdoc while I was here at the hospital. So I actually trained under Dr. Jim Snyder, who was a neuropsychologist. So I actually meet all the requirements to do it, but I'm just old enough really where it hasn't affected my career, or it's not something that I need to do.
Okay.
Newer psychologists do have to do that, but again, I meet all the requirements for that.
I see. Well, I apologize because I didn't see any fellowship listed on your CV, so that's why I thought you talked about an internship at the VA, but that's
Yes.
separate
That's
from
separate.
your fellowship training?
Yep. So after that, in order to meet the requirements to be certified, you have to spend 2 years working under a neuropsychologist as well, which I did that right out of my, right after I left the VA hospital working with the veterans.
Okay, I see. And you actually have like a certificate, maybe it's on the wall behind you, that says fellowship. I completed a fellowship in neuropsychology or whatever.
So I am kind of right in that mid phase where I kind of I'm grandfathered in under other under that fellowship requirement, because again, back when I graduated, it was kind of a newer thing, and not a lot of neuropsychologists needed to get it done. It's really more for this new generation coming out. I haven't needed to do it. It hasn't affected my authority or my expertise in any way.
Okay, but it wasn't called a fellowship then, or was it called an internship? I'm just trying to get the term.
No, it was just postdoctoral work, postdoctoral work, full-time under a neuropsychologist.
I see. So it wasn't called specifically like fellowship training?
No, it wasn't, no.
Got it. And I believe in your deposition, you reported that Mr. Sanderson told you, I think the day of your deposition, that he had fallen, hit his head, and had this 45 minutes of loss of consciousness. Do you recall that?
I do recall that because I reread my deposition right before this.
And I guess you haven't evaluated him since then, so it's hard for you to say whether he has symptoms relating to that.
That's correct.
And do you know whether he sought any medical treatment for that?
Not that I'm aware. I didn't ask. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would you recommend treatment after an experience like that? An injury, I guess I should say.
Yeah, of course I would. I would.
Okay. So maybe you answered this when Mr. Bueller was asking you questions, but it seems like the treatment that you provided you saw as successful, but you have since learned that Mr. Sanderson has gone downhill, was I think the term you used in your deposition. Why did the treatment not stuck? Or I'm not quite sure how to ask this question, but you get what I'm asking, right? That if he was treated for it and it went well, why does he still have these symptoms, and maybe they're even worse now?
Yeah. So, and when I say successful, I don't mean 100% full recovery, right? I mean, he by successful, I mean that there are definitely some areas that improved, and even he reported some improved, symptoms. But, I think one of the reasons is he wasn't done, right? I mean, we did a week with him. I still had some issues that I noted there. I recommended some further treatment for him. But, it's a brain injury, I mean, it's, and I only get a week with them. Like I said, in some cases, especially in younger patients, they can get better pretty quickly and we never hear from them again and they're off. But, to be honest, Terry was already, I don't know, maybe he was in his 70s by the time he came to us. I'm not sure, maybe 70s, I don't know. But, older adults do tend to have a little bit of a harder time, there's not as much neuroplasticity. I mean, there could be a lot of reasons. I think some of the reasons too could be the premorbid issues he had, like the NPH and the prior migraines, some of the things that, made his recovery harder and more complicated.
I think I'm done. Let me just look at one more page if I may. Is that okay? I'm sorry to take your time here.
Why don't we go on a break then?
Back on record, the time is 4:01.
Thank you, Dr. Fong. That'll be it.
That's it?
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Fong. Again, I apologize for I could have treated you better, but it was sort of felt time crunched. I had a lot to get to. I didn't mean to interrupt a bunch, but thanks for being patient with me.
Thank you, James, and thanks for everyone to hearing me out here. And yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, that completes Dr. Fong's testimony, and we'll take our recess now.
Who's next? Shay is the daughter?
Polly,
Polly. Thank you.
I told you yesterday.
I wrote it down.
Thank you. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
I'm going to call Polly Grasham.
Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Over here.
Have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Grasham. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it?
Sure.
You might need to move that microphone a little bit to the center. There you go.
Okay. My name is Polly Sanderson Gresham. Need spelling?
Yeah, would you spell it?
Okay. Polly is Polly. Sanderson, Sanderson. Gresham is spelled Grasham.
Tell the jury, if you would, your age.
Yeah, just turned 49.
Okay. We all thought of 39, so don't worry about that. Now, tell them a little bit about your background in terms of where you grew up, your education, et cetera. Take us through university.
Okay. Grew up in a small town in southern Idaho, Soda Springs.
Okay.
Graduated from high school there in 1992.
Okay.
Went on to college at the University of Idaho in Moscow. Left there in about 98.
Okay.
Moved to Missoula, Montana, and finished my degree there in 2005 at the University of Montana.
Okay. Where are you currently living?
So I reside in the northern region of Idaho, the Panhandle, kind of on the southern end of Lake Coeur d'Alene.
Okay. Are you married?
I am. My husband and I have been married for almost 25 years.
Okay. And how long have you lived in the Coeur d'Alene area?
So we were up north going to college in Moscow, and then we had that 5 years in Missoula, and then returned back in 2005 to North Idaho.
Okay. What do you do there? What's your occupation?
Yeah, so I work for the University Extension System. I teach.
The University of Idaho or
University
ISU?
of Idaho,
Huh?
yep. So some people are familiar with the 4-H program. I teach STEM education for youth, ages 5 through 13. So bring science, technology, engineering, math to schools. And I'm also a master food safety advisor. So anyone in the community that wants to safely preserve their food, I teach pressure canning classes, things like that.
Okay. And is that your only job up there, the extension service, or do you have other jobs you do?
That's my paid position, and then I volunteer with other things too.
Okay, and your husband, what does he do?
He's employed through the Forest Service, so he's been a wildland firefighter for 31 years.
Okay. I hope he doesn't have much to do this summer, hopefully.
We all hope that.
All right. Now, you're Terry's daughter, is that correct?
That's right. So Terry has 3 daughters, and I'm the middle one.
Okay, and who's the older one?
So my older sister is Shay, and
Yep.
she's about 2.5 years older than I. And
So she's 52-ish?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Jenny?
Yeah, Jenny is quite a bit younger. I think she is 40, 41.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk to you about Terry Sanderson before the ski accident of February 26, 2016. I'd like to ask you to tell the jury generally about his activity level before that ski crash.
Okay. Sorry, I'm nervous.
This is the first time you've been on a witness?
Yeah, I've served on a jury, so yeah, that's a different perspective. A great little civics lesson.
I'm going to give you a water, and feel
Thanks.
free to take your time. Don't be nervous. No, that's easy said and done. But I'd like you to tell the jury a little bit about your father's activity level But you know what, first, before you answer that question,
a foundational question. You live in Idaho. I've lived there, in the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho area. And you've lived there since about 05, roughly? Okay, you need to answer yes or no so they can think.
Yes.
Okay. And so how often have you seen him during these last few years? Let's say after 2010.
Yeah, so it was a little harder when he moved to Salt Lake City. Sure. I think he loved all that Salt Lake City offered, concerts and skiing, but it was a further distance from my sisters and I are relatively close, so but we would make time to be together on the holidays, usually travel to see him in the summer. I'd say 2 or 3 or 4 times a year.
Okay. And for how long? I mean, would you be a few hours or a few days or a week or what?
Yeah, typically a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say in the 5 or 6 years or so before this February 26, 2016 ski crash, describe for the jury his activity level in everything you can think of. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would describe my dad as a goer. I think people would describe him as fun-loving, very gregarious, definitely an extrovert. So enjoyed people, dancing, outdoor activity, just engaged. So if we went places, give ourselves plenty of time because he would need to visit and follow up with people, very social. A real positive influence, just really could shine people on.
Would you have these connections in the Coeur d'Alene area or in Salt Lake or both?
Yeah, both.
Describe some of the events where he would visit with people. You just mentioned he would take extra time and visit with people. Describe some of those events, please.
Well, yeah, even, eating out at a restaurant or in the high school gymnasium, I think he really got to know people, loved people. He would always remember my friends' names, so would follow up with, hey, how's your friend Sam doing? He knew what was going on in my life and engaged wherever he was.
You mentioned volunteer, I think. Do you know what he did in terms of volunteering?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was something, when he retired, he really stayed engaged but had more free time to do those kind of things. So he volunteered for things like the green team, so he could go catch concerts, and then they would kind of do the cleanup and the recycling afterwards. I believe...
Volunteer, retired optometrist,
yeah,
to go clean up after a concert.
Yeah, but he enjoyed the social aspects of it and getting to see music and yeah, he volunteered for an organization. I think it was called People Helping People, and so any kind of person that wanted to advance their career or profession, he would offer to review their resume, practice interview skills, things like that. And he was very proud of, being able to help this person grow into their full capacity.
What is the green team at Sundance? What is that exactly?
I think it's just cleanup. I think in between showings or in between music venues, right, they go in and they clean up and they sort what can be recycled. And
what type of activities in these 4 or 5 times a year that you saw him, what kind of activities did you do with him?
Mm-hmm.
Describe those.
Just enjoyed our time together. So cooking dinner. We spent a lot of time outdoors, so going for walks, bicycle rides, hikes. We hadn't gone skiing in the last couple of years. That was an activity that we did together. We'd go boating, we would go to museums. A lot of times we would take my daughters or my nieces to museums. Just generally catch up.
How many children do you have?
I have 2 daughters.
And how old are they?
So my oldest Hope is 25, youngest Anna is 22.
How did Terry get along with him?
Before the accident? He was always just a big cheerleader, knew what was going on in their lives, followed up with their classes, showed up for events, would go to things like basketball games when he was in town.
Was he able to, if you saw him in, let's say, December, and you next saw him in March, did he keep in his mind prior to the ski crash what they had been doing? Could he remember those things?
Oh, yeah. And they're friends, too, right?
Names of the friends?
Names of the friends, yeah. Granted, it's a small town.
What's the name of the town, actually?
So I live in between Harrison and St. Mary's.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a St. Mary's address.
It does, closer to Harrison, but...
Did you ever do projects together of any kind?
Yeah, because that's what dads do, right? He would... Yeah, so a lot of, repair projects I might have around the house. He helped me install the irrigation in my garden beds, and I had a leaky sink. Got anything that had not working, electrical that I was having issues with, he knew where my husband's toolbox was, and he was always willing to help me figure things out.
Okay, tell the jury, if you would, about your dad's personality, his personality before the crash.
I think in my description of him, I mentioned he's just really fun-loving, gregarious, was really quick with a joke and a smile, and just real positive.
Was he easy to be around?
Oh, definitely, yeah, and just made everything kind of smooth.
Did he have any negatives that repelled people that you can think of?
Any what?
Negatives that repelled people.
Oh. Sometimes I think when you are kind of that energy, right, you have to be mindful of the fact that of other people too. And I think he had the tendency to, sometimes not always notice everyone in the room, or he was a little bit more self-aware, I'd say.
All right. What about his mental status? You've mentioned a few things that cross over into that area, but just kind of summarize for the jury his mental status as you observed it prior to the ski crash.
So my dad was smart. I used to describe him kind of as a Mensa mind, and sometimes I think that can almost get you in trouble. But really, really smart, quick to figure things out. I have a memory one time when he'd come to visit, and my dryer wasn't working at the time, so I'd hung diapers out on the line, and he'd said, "Why are you not using your dryer?" I said, "Well, it's taken apart. James had to leave." And so there was all sorts of parts. Originally, James thought it was the heating element. It wasn't the heating element. He'd taken it entirely apart. And my dad was able to troubleshoot it and put it all back together again. And he did that all the time. Like, he could figure things out, troubleshoot things.
Do you understand the term executive function?
Somewhat. I think of it as the ability to get things done, multitask, run our lives.
Multitask, good.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you describe to the jury, describe your dad's executive function status before the ski crash?
Yeah, definitely just a manager and really a multitasker. Had a lot going on, far more than I would be willing to take on. I think he liked that. Like I said, he was a mover, a goer. So that was just how he operated.
Now, your dad got divorced from your mom. About what year was that?
I was a senior in high school, so 1992.
Okay.
Ish.
A little less than 2 years before the ski crash, you met someone named Carlene Davidson. Did you come to know her, and would you explain to the jury how you came to know her?
Yeah, I did. Really liked Carlene, and my sisters liked her too, her and her little dog. And yeah, they just seemed like a good pair.
Why do you say that? What did you observe about Carlene and Terry that made them a good pair?
They were just loving towards one another. You know, she had girls in St. George and parents, and I liked seeing that they, you know, like my dad helped her sell her parents' house, and, you know, empty the furniture out and things like that. I just saw them as being really supportive and loving to one another. I think they had fun together. They laughed a lot. It was kind of, it gave me hope. I could see my dad growing old with her for sure.
And how often do you think you saw them together
Uh-huh.
prior to the ski crash?
Yeah. I remember one time coming through, we had an exchange student with us from Japan at the time, and we went to, is it Lagoon, the local amusement park here, and so rode all the rides with my dad and with Carlene.
What year
And
was that, roughly?
2015. Just had a lot of fun. But yeah, she would come for the holidays. She was there at my daughter's graduation party. So
if your dad came, she came during that time?
correct.
Okay. Either in Idaho or if you came down to Salt Lake?
Yeah, she was here. Yeah.
Did you ever notice your dad to be accident prone or clumsy or bump into things, anything like that?
Prior to the accident?
Yeah.
No, he had really great balance and activity level.
Did he have any problem that you ever noticed? Now, when you came down here, did you ever fly or did you drive?
Oh, both. We did both.
Did you go on car trips with him or you know, to the store or to the lagoon, that kind of stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever notice him having any problems driving?
Prior to the accident, no. I, again, with his multitasking, he would tend to maybe take on more things that I would be comfortable, you know, I would say, here, I'll take that call for you. Or,
So
and
he would be driving and take a call?
Yes,
Okay.
which I, you know, at the time I had teen drivers, so I kind of had these hard and fast rules that it's like, if you're going to be driving, you need to tuck your phone away, right? And so it felt a little bit hypocritical if dad was in the car to be like, you're not going to answer your phone, right? Because these teens are watching you, and so he might have been capable of that. I mean, he hadn't had accidents or anything, but that was probably a bone of contention, I think, not just for myself, but my sisters too. Yeah.
What about health problems? Did you ever notice any health problems with him in the several years prior to the ski crash you were aware of?
So that's one of our hobbies that we share, because I'm pretty into wellness and supplements too. Yeah, no, I think his health, I think he managed it. He did have issues. He had prostate cancer. He had some issues with his eye. I mean, I was aware, and I'd come for some of those appointments. I mean, I don't know all of it, and that became apparent in my deposition that, like, I haven't reviewed my dad's medical records or anything. It's only what he's shared with me.
Or what you observed?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So, do you have any chronic conditions that you remember that were prominent and you observed them? Now, he had cancer, but that was cured, right?
Yeah. I went through radiation and everything for that.
Yep. Anything come to mind?
I think he'd had, I think he had migraines and some headaches.
How
Not all
often?
the time, rarely, but I remember when they hit, it would be a hard go.
Rarely, you said?
Rarely, but I think those existed.
What about sleep apnea? Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I think he did have some trouble sleeping.
Did he have a CPAP machine, or how did he treat it, if you know?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know. What about depression?
Prior to the accident, I wasn't aware of any struggles with depression. I
what
don't know that he would have been honest in sharing that with me.
What about losing energy? Did you ever notice him to be losing energy before the ski crash?
No, and usually it was me that if we were together, I'd be like, I need to take a break.
What about alcohol? How did you, when you were down here? Did he drink alcohol?
I've seen my dad drink before, a beer or a glass of wine. I have never seen my dad intoxicated or anything that I felt like was too much. Okay. So I came in on Monday night, and we had some tea together, and then I think he's had a beer since I've been here.
Okay. Did you ever notice that he had memory problems or forgetfulness prior to the ski crash?
No.
Okay. What about skiing? What was your conversation about skiing prior to the ski crash?
So, my history too. I don't know if you want to know that.
Sure.
My family started off cross country skiing. I think I was probably about a kindergartner. And
this is in Soda Springs?
Soda Springs, yeah. It was really great country, and it was, something that we could do as a family. And so we'd pack a picnic, and we spent a lot of weekends like that. And then I think probably about 1984, we kind of picked up downhill skiing, and gosh, it was a lot less work getting up the hills. Fun. And we had, family cousins that would come ski snowbirds, so we would come up and ski with them and practice, and then
you would come down from Soda Springs to ski snowbird.
Yeah. Okay. And say I think our cousins had a condominium at Snowbird, so we would get to crash with them, and it was lots of kids, lots of cousins, and so then in 1986. One of my good friends, her dad was ski patrol at Targhee, and so we would go most weekends to Targhee and ski together.
What kind of skier was he?
He was a better skier than I was, and he liked to have fun, but I don't think he took a lot of risks. He was kind of what you would think of as an old man skier, just out to enjoy the day.
So he would sometimes go fast, sometimes with the kids he wouldn't go so fast?
Yeah, and he skied with my kids several times, and...
Would you rate him as intermediate or advanced or expert?
I would say between advanced and expert at his best.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did he love skiing? Was it something he loved? Yeah.
I think it was a big reason for him when he retired to come down this direction. I think it was something he loved to do.
I don't know if I've asked you this, but did you ever notice a vision impairment in any way affecting his skiing? Are you aware of that in any way?
After he had that occlusion in his right eye, I think the binocular vision, it was harder to see depth, so it was a little more flat for him. Mm-hmm. I felt like he was a little more cautious as a skier, for sure.
Was he generally a healthy person prior to the ski accident?
Yes.
Any particular medical problems you're aware of that he had prior to the accident?
You had mentioned the sleep apnea. We talked about prostate. No.
Anything come to mind? No? Okay.
No, sorry.
Now, let me talk about the ski.
In my memory, at first I thought it was a phone call.
Okay.
I remember telling me that my dad, that he had...
Can we just get a little foundation? Who made the call? Do you mind, Your Honor?
I think if the objection is relevant, I'm going to overrule it, and you can bring it out on
And
cross.
it's hearsay then.
Okay.
Without
Sustained?
Okay, tell us how you learned about the ski accident.
I wasn't sure if it was my dad that called me or my sister that called me.
Okay.
Could
it have been Carlene, maybe, possibly?
It could have been, for sure.
So you don't remember exactly who told you, but someone called you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That there had been an accident on the hill that day.
So this is here now hearsay.
It is. I don't think she's attributing it to any particular individual. If the question is why don't you ask when she became aware of it?
When did you become aware of the ski accident of, I don't mean to lead you, but February 26, 2016?
It feels like that evening. I think of it that day. That he felt he had broken some ribs. That was painful. And I think the words were, he got his bell rung.
Bell rung.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever find out at any time that Gwyneth Paltrow was involved?
I don't believe that night.
Okay.
It was after the initial accident.
Tell the jury about the details of your association with Terry, your father, after the crash.
Mm-hmm.
When did you come down, and how often have you seen him in the past 7 years?
Right.
Summarize that, would you?
Right. So I don't think I saw my dad in person until Hope's graduation, which would have been the end of May of that year.
Did you have telephone calls that you exchanged before that?
Yeah, we did,
How
and
often?
text messages. I thought my dad and I talked probably every couple of weeks. The defense during my deposition had pulled phone records, and it didn't look like it was as frequent before that. So it could have been one of those spells. My sister had an injury, so I was kind of spending a lot of energy taking care of her as well, and my nieces, making sure she had some solid ground. And so with my dad being here in Holiday and knowing he was with Carlene, I felt like things were being kind of taken care of.
So you felt comfort that Carlene was with him?
Yeah, because I wasn't. And I knew he was, following up with medical care. My dad, being in that occupation, values that and makes sure that, someone's looking at, checking on that, making sure damages aren't permanent, those kind of things.
Just so it's clear, I've been to Coeur d'Alene. Is it about a 12-hour drive to get to Salt Lake from there?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And if you fly, you have to drive to Spokane or Missoula. Is that it?
Yeah, I flew out of Missoula, but you can fly from Spokane as well. I think the other part of that is with the pandemic. That made a little more travel restrictions in the last few years. I definitely have not got to spend as much time with him recently.
Let's talk about your dad after the ski crash. Describe, if you would, his ability to keep things in control and keep things organized after the crash.
Directly after the crash, I would say a good year and a half, I felt like, I don't want to say stupid, that's not the word, but like his processing speeds, like the effort that it took, definitely when we were in person for Hope's graduation, I felt like, wow. There was a time when he's sitting in a chair by my window.
In Idaho?
In Idaho, and I almost expected drool to be coming out of his mouth because first of all, he wasn't engaged with anybody. He had kind of taken himself to a remote corner, and I just felt that was my first real kind of slap in the face of like something's terribly wrong.
how about his ability to keep from getting frustrated and overwhelmed? That change at all?
I think that's the biggest change right now, right?
Well, tell the jury about it.
Yeah, I think I describe it. He's really, the details and the minutia. Like he can't see the forest for the trees. It's very much gets stuck in really small things. And so, for me, it's always that pullback of like, well, let's look at the big picture. Even just last night, I was thinking about, when you write an essay and you have a topic sentence and then you add supporting sentences with some details for that main sentence. It's like the main sentence is gone and all we have are the little details. And so then you're kind of going, well, then, so how does this relate to that? I think I think that's part of the frustration is he gets really caught up in details and connections and the primary focus or purpose. We lose that. And so then I have to come back around and I have to say, oh, how does that connect with the kimchi we were talking about or the damage to your phone port? Like I have to kind of bring it full circle. And then, I think he gets frustrated and angry. I have tried to, remind him that because before he could have lots going on, and now it's very A to B. A to B. Don't throw in a C or a D, right? Because then we're gone completely. So how do we simplify, and just this task, A to B. And I had a conversation with my dad and my sister Jenny's boyfriend Nathan, and I was trying to say, maybe take it as kind of a gift to be in the present with what you're doing right now. Let's just focus on this one step. And I think that's easy for me to try to say, how do we move forward? But I understand that there's a lot of grief and loss for the way that his life functioned before, that it doesn't function now. He doesn't always appreciate my let's stay in the moment, or what are the gifts, what we can learn from now. He's still kind of grieving and frustrated that he doesn't think the way he thought before functioned the way he did.
Any change in his ability to get things done?
It's really messy right now. It's really hard. And I say, Dad, you can hire somebody to do that. If your house is messy, let's get some help. Or somebody can help you with the blowing out the sprinkler system. Like those are things we can have other people help you do. But I think he has a hard time with the way they do the work, and he's kind of real negative, and it doesn't feel like that's been an answer for him. And I tried to lead him in that direction so that he doesn't feel like there's just so much. And he'll say that I'm so behind. I'm so behind. I can't get things done. Even coming to his house this week, right? I know that this has been something he's put a lot of time and effort into, but I could tell that it's just piles of things. Lots of notes, you can tell he's putting in all of the effort, and there's a lot of busyness, but it's not effective, right?
How about any change in his ability to stay oriented or become disoriented? Explain that.
Yeah, definitely disoriented. And my dad always had a good idea of kind of north-south. But yeah, he'll say, oh, I can get you there, but I've come to rely on my navigation device when I come. Because he does get confused, even just going down to the park.
And have you gotten has he gotten lost with you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, we were headed down to Sugar House Park, you know, and he. This was when I had come down for the deposition, so 2020, June of 2020. Yeah. He's like, oh, it's real simple, you know, we'll just go here and there, and we got somewhere, and it was like, I don't think this is right, and then, you know, pull up my Google Maps on my phone, and he's like, no, I can find it, you know, and he's like, I just need a minute, you know, and.
So he got lost.
Yeah. I don't think that was as bad of a situation, right? He's with me. He's not alone. I have Google Maps. But yeah, besides just the directionality thing, we spent a summer day out on the lake, and kids, we had attached an inner tube so that we could pull them behind on the boat. And my dad could not secure the boat or the inner tube to the boat. And just like a simple hitch knot, you know, and it came off once, and he said, oh, you know, he just kind of embarrassed my husband, like showed him again, you know, the next time. I think it was probably the third time. He just shook his head, you know, like he couldn't secure the knot of the, yeah. Yeah.
Is that unusual for him? Did that change?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you have a chance in the 6 months after the crash to observe your dad and Carlene interacting?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what you observed about Carlene helping him and what happened to that relationship.
Yeah, I mentioned that me seeing him in person was about 3 months after the accident, and I just really saw Carlene step up in a way. You know, of, oh, Terry, don't forget your jacket. We're getting ready to go. Repeating conversations that he had missed where he was like maybe out of the picture, and she would fill him in of, you know, Anna's gonna go here, or, yeah, she just was caring and stepped up where he seemed a little slow.
What happened to that relationship?
I don't really know. I wish I'd had the opportunity to really talk with her, and I didn't. Like I said, the last time I saw her was at that graduation, and so
that was May of
2016, yeah. And I think because we had neighbors and friends and my mom and everyone there, I didn't get to have a private conversation really about how my dad was doing. And or you know how their relationship was going and if she was doing okay.
At Hope's graduation, your mom came?
Yes.
The one that he had divorced, right?
Right.
And how'd they get along?
They don't get along. There's usually a lot of distance. I mean, they share family members, so I think they're respectful of that and come to the celebration, shared celebrations, but they don't usually converse or connect.
Was he respectful?
Was my mom respectful?
No, your dad.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That go round.
That go round. Okay. Any change in his social life and friends that you observed?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what it would be.
You know, I'm not super close with his friendships, but it does feel like they've kind of fallen away. Relationships, friendships has been really hard for him to navigate.
You told me once that it was a lot harder for him. He had to work a lot harder to be a friend. Is that a fair statement? Explain that. Explain that.
It feels like after the accident, he's a little more involved with his own world, and that's harder to sustain connections when it's kind of about me right now. That's a change. And that makes it really hard to just to genuinely care about people. That's part of our connection.
Have you observed any personality changes, and if so, what have you observed?
I think it's kind of connected to feeling overwhelmed. So he's easily frustrated. He gets agitated, angry for the first time. Like, I didn't have memories of him being an angry person, but he's got a pretty short fuse these days.
Since the accident?
Yes. Yeah.
What about any other personality changes come to mind?
I think he's just a little more cautious, not as confident.
Is he having fun?
No, I think he's in a really negative place, and that's hard for me as his daughter.
Based on what you have seen since the crash, okay, as a daughter who apparently loves him, it's evident, would you recommend that he travel overseas by himself?
No.
Why not?
No. I think the disorientation, yeah, I think he needs help. I think.
If he goes with someone, is that okay, do you think? If he has a friend that goes with him?
I think it depends on the someone.
All right. Someone who's trustworthy.
Yeah, he cares about him.
Any observations about executive function changes since the ski crash?
Well, I mentioned just no ability to multitask, really.
It's lost that.
Yeah. I think, again, not seeing the forest for the trees, really caught in minutia. And I don't see him, like, reading a book or, those kind of things that would previously be enjoyable.
Just a few more questions for you. Everybody has negative traits, right? Or traits that aren't refined to the extent that it would be helpful to be refined, right?
Sure.
Okay. And your dad probably had some of those. Mm-hmm. I'd like you to tell the jury if you saw any increase in intensity of negative traits after the ski crash. If so, what did you see?
I have this example that had happened when we were sitting on his back deck on a summer day, and I could kind of see into the neighbor's back patio, and it looked like she had done a lot of work. She had kind of some neat rugs and place to meditate, and I was like, wow, that's a neat spot they created there. And my dad started going on about where they had planted a tree and right in his view, and I thought, okay, that's super small and petty. You have a really beautiful view right here, and then he said, I'm pretty sure, like, she puts her garbage can right there. She does that just to make me mad. And then he said, you wouldn't believe what she did. I did get a letter from her apologizing. She sent a card saying, I am so sorry, I shouldn't have done that. But when he wasn't home, she had gone and moved a pile that he had that was just outside of his gardening stuff and tools, and kind of a messy pile. He had put it on his boundary, and so that was probably what she was seeing when she was going to meditate or whatever. And so she had come over to move the pile so that it was out of sight. And so in this card, she had just said, I just wanted to apologize. That was so wrong. And he was so upset that she had done that. And I said, that's really huge of her to acknowledge.
So he refused to acknowledge the apology?
Yes. And the fact that she was human, had made a mistake, she had apologized. And I kept thinking, those relationships with our neighbors, I love my neighbors. And my dad's always had good neighbors, right? So I thought, we had gotten into kind of a disagreement that morning because I was like, those are really small things.
How different is that from how he was before the crash?
I feel like, even if you had a difference of opinion, we could always kind of reason through it, agree to disagree, get along, take care of one another. And so that was a hard thing for us to talk about, is that that's small and you're bigger than that. you know, and it's kind of reversed because he was my dad that gave me those values, and then it feels like they've kind of fallen away and he's stuck in that. But I'm so mad and I'm so frustrated, you know.
Any change in his cognitive functioning that you haven't already talked about? Kind of summarize that, would you? Cognitive functioning.
Yeah, I think his operating system is not quite as slow as that initial year and a half where I was just, well.
There's been some improvement.
Some improvement. I think he's been really dedicated to sort of
working hard.
He is a I will work hard kind of guy, maybe to a fault, but yeah.
What about the negatives? Any negatives in his cognitive functioning that remain? That you've seen? You've mentioned some already, but...
And a lot of it goes with that inability to multitask. I think I see it in that... If I could describe, like, when we're conversing or whatever, I don't feel like he hears me. I don't feel like when he has a conversation with my kids that he actually hears them. I think he's, like, processing or thinking about what he's going to say next, but that is something that's really apparent to me, that I just feel like, where are you? Where is your headspace right now? Because you're not here with me or with my kid. You know, I can witness that.
I want to talk to you about changes in friendships. We already talked about Carlene Davidson.
Right.
Do you know someone named Robin Dale?
I do. Was
there a change in that friendship? If so, tell us what it was.
Yeah. That turned out to be pretty bad, to the point where, and they had traveled together. I think they went to Costa Rica, maybe.
After the crash, right?
After the crash, they would have gone. They would have traveled.
What happened to Robin Dale?
Yeah, I was at the public library one day and I got a phone call from Robin. And
about what month of what year, give or take?
Gosh, I wish I'd brought my phone or had it. Following court rules. I think 2017, if I had to guess. She said,
Sustained?
Well, I'm not offering for the truth of what happened, but just for how this affected his friendship.
And
just
still your second.
I don't know how you can separate it. You're offering up for what purpose?
I want to show how the friendship changed.
Okay, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
Go ahead.
So she called and she had said, I need you to reach out to your dad. I'm not feeling safe right now, and I'm going to have her young son, you know, we're going to move back into my place. And I said, what do you mean you don't feel safe, you know? And she had said, I've asked your dad several times not to attend my yoga class, and he has shown up. And I'm thinking, seriously? Like, you asked him and he showed up again? At some point, I had texted her back and just said, I thank you for trusting me, and I will reach out to my dad. I'll have my sisters, and we'll offer some support. This is strange for me. I don't know my dad to be unsafe, right? But I also wanted to believe her, because I think it's important that we try to believe people. But her experience said that, you know, he had changed, that she didn't feel safe. And I said, get yourself to a safe place then, and I'll follow with my dad. I then did call my dad and said, please don't do that. He said, I'm not going to hurt her. There's nothing, you know. I said, she has asked you, and you need to respect that boundary. That's important, that you, if she doesn't feel good, that you respect that.
So that ended the relationship, essentially?
That was it, yes.
Okay. What about...
I indicated at the beginning of the trial that if there was any evidence received for limited purpose, that I would give an instruction to the jury.
Sure.
So members of the jury, some evidence is received for a limited purpose only. When I instruct you that an item of evidence has been received for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that limited purpose. In this case, this evidence was not offered as to the truth of what, is it Robin?
Robin Dale.
What Robin Dale said to the witness, but rather as to this witness's understanding of the relationship change.
That's correct. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Do you know Mark Harris?
I do. So that would be my brother-in-law's brother.
Your brother-in-law's brother? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So Shay is married to a Harris, right?
Correct.
And that Harris has a brother named Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did that relationship change, if you know?
I know they spent a lot of time before the accident together, and I don't believe they spend as much time.
Do you know why it changed?
I do not.
What about someone named Sakia, S-A-K-I-E, from Holland? You aware of that person?
Yeah, again, she had come over from the Netherlands, and that relationship didn't work out, and she left.
You mentioned a few things about this, but other than what you've already said, I don't want you to repeat what you've already said, but what about anger and his ability to control anger? Did that change?
Yeah, I think the frustration, the temper, yeah, very much so. I have a memory, my younger sister, Jenny, and I decided it was time to help clean out my grandparents' house. They had both passed away, and when they had passed away, you know, I had a new baby, my sister had a new job. It just didn't feel like a great time to actually clean out, sell the house, and so I could tell that that was really weighing on my dad's mind. Like, I need to go take care of that house, and so my younger sister and I...
Before we go on, just give us an approximate year and month, if you can.
Yeah, summer of 2019.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yeah. So we were working hard. They were Depression-era parents, so they didn't just have, you know, 2 pie plates. They had 16 pie plates, and we had a lot to clean out. We were getting up early and going to bed late. We had sold most of their furniture, so we were on, like, camp pads in bedrooms. We were kind of camping out as we were painting and cleaning and getting ready to put my grandparents' house on the market. And so pretty late in the evening, I had gone to meditate in one of the back bedrooms, and yeah, just take a break. And I stepped into one of the back bedrooms, and I heard my dad's voice elevate, and it didn't sound good. And I thought,
Angry voice, or?
Yeah, he was mad. And I thought, what's going on? I sat for a minute to see if anything changed, and I went into the kitchen, and my dad was in my younger sister's face. He was like 2 inches from her face, and he is so mad. He's so angry. And I don't know what the conversation or the disagreement was about, but he was saying, "Fuck you." He just kept repeating that over and over again. And my younger sister...
Anything like that in your life?
No.
Any relationship like that with your dad?
No, I've never felt scared of my dad. I don't think I ever received a spanking from my dad. I think he's been upset, but I have never seen... I was terrified, and I just said, no. Like, this has to stop, right? And it was just like, he was in shock of what he was doing too. And my sister didn't respond. It was terrible. It was terrible. And we had been there working so hard, and that was not anything that my sister deserved.
What about any changes in feeling overwhelmed and confused?
That's a big part of where he's at right now. Right? That's just, he is just befuddled, and yeah.
How How about preoccupation with details?
Mm-hmm. We talked about that a little bit. I think that's where he's stuck. He can't really see the big picture.
So overwhelmed and confused, you think, is one of the big things that is plaguing him now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I think I'm about done here. Well, okay, just in conclusion, based on what you've seen since the ski crash, what do you see on the horizon for him? Tell the jury.
Yeah. I hope that he moves on. I hope that we're able to put this very strange chapter behind us. I think we don't always choose the doors that we walk through, but we can choose like how we walk through them. And so I think we have a lot of healing to do, and just that rehab, so that he doesn't feel that he feels empowered to live a good life to the end. He deserves that.
May I have one moment, Judge? Council table, thanks. No further questions, Judge.
It's been 1 hour.
Yeah. They can go to cross.
Thank you. So members of the jury, are we good to go 10 or 15 more minutes and then take our lunch break then? Okay, thank you. Let's do that. Mr. Owens. But there is a tissue box here.
Please do.
You and I haven't met, true?
Nice to meet you.
You too. We're okay, I guess. Thank you. All right. This is hard. This is a hard position you're in. Do you agree? This is not a happy thing that you're having to do.
Correct.
And let me just, I think my nephew, who was once worked with me, took your deposition before. Do you recall that?
Yeah, Wayne Owens.
And we'll talk about that after lunch. He also took the depositions of your two sisters. Have you ever reviewed their transcripts? Like, actually read them?
No.
How about summaries of them?
More of an oral, like, maybe my sister Shay would say. I did ask this.
And then this is our third day. I'm just wondering, have you watched any of the proceedings the prior 2 days?
No.
One thing that there was a fellow yesterday named Sam Goldstein, who's a neuropsychologist.
Mm-hmm.
He said your dad is obsessed. He's sort of with this. Do you agree?
Oh, yes. I think at some point I had sent my dad a message that said, go for a walk. Please don't let this consume you, because I'm very aware that it has been consuming for him.
And in some sense, the resolution of this trial, whether it's for or against him, will be a good thing for him. Do you agree? Bring some closure for him?
For everyone.
And him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. There's an audio, and so we always have to get your answer on the record. Thank you. Jenny is your little sister, right?
Correct.
Is she the one that your dad said F you to?
Correct.
Let me back up one more second. The whole lawsuit stems from, you understand that my client says that your dad plowed into her back. Do you understand at least that allegation? I'm
hearing that now.
And you you don't personally know whether your dad did that or not, correct? You weren't present?
I was not skiing with him that day, no.
And when your dad talked to you about bringing the lawsuit, you had no opinion on it? Like, it's your thing. Is that fair?
I wanted to honor his journey. I think that's a big part, that we have autonomy. And so I would support my dad, whichever direction.
Sure, but you didn't say, I think it's a good idea, Dad, that you bring the lawsuit. Or
I most definitely did not advise him one way or another.
Yeah.
I think in hindsight now, I would say it's hard.
Actually, I have no pending. Oh, it's hard.
It will be hard, right? I knew Dad.
I want you to see if you kind of preface some of the things I'm going to ask you. So when I hear you say before, he's generally a healthy guy, before very good personality, before very active, good mental health, you understand that to compare what the ski accident did versus old age versus chronic health conditions and everything, I need to know kind of how your dad was on health, personality, mental health, activity level, and those things just before the event.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
Sure.
So a lot of, when I say, for instance, he never seemed angry. He never got that angry with me. Didn't you say that? Like, for instance, his anger toward
that was a
Jenny.
new experience for me.
But it wasn't for Jenny, was it? Jenny's reported like 10 years of that kind of abuse in the last 10 years of your parents' marriage. True?
I can't speak to Jenny's experience.
Do you know
Did I
that?
witness that towards Jenny? I never witnessed that towards Jenny.
Did Jenny ever tell you, like, your dad used to verbally abuse her and your mom for 10 years?
Jenny and I have a very close relationship.
Just a yes or no,
Your
please.
Honor, I object.
I need a yes or no.
I object, Your Honor. One quick question. There's no foundation. And it's also hearsay.
Your Honor, I need to be able to ask these questions.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you agree that you paint quite a different picture of your dad before than Jenny does?
So my sister Jenny
Yes or no,
has
please.
mental disability.
I just have yes or no questions.
Objection. There's no foundation for this.
Okay,
It's
let me-
also hearsay.
Let me just give you a little instruction about, that I've already said in open court, so everybody else is going to hear this for the second time, but when you're being cross-examined, it's not like a normal conversation. So the lawyer is entitled to ask you questions that limit your answer to yes or no, or I can't answer that yes or no. So those are basically your three choices. If he gives you that kind of a, sometimes he'll ask an open-ended question, but if he's asking the yes or no question, he's entitled to that answer. And then later, Mr. Sykes will be able to clarify if necessary.
Okay.
Sure.
Maybe another way to phrase this
Your Honor, I
too.
make some objections.
I don't have a pending question.
Well, you did.
It's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask a question,
Thanks.
Mr. Owens.
Yesterday, the jury heard through your dad's mental health providers that I'm going to try to read this so I'm not winging it. Your dad was controlling, highly controlling of her long before the ski accident. Have you ever heard that from Jenny?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question that misstates the evidence.
Overruled. The jury will remember what the evidence was.
Yes or no?
Can you repeat?
Yes. Has Jenny ever... Are you close to your sister Jenny?
Very.
Right. You're close to your sister Shay?
Yes.
All right. And always have been?
Yes.
Okay. Jenny didn't talk to your dad for 13 years after getting out of the house after high school. Is that true?
Object. There's no foundation for that.
No.
She can... It's not true?
13 years.
Just a minute. There's an
There's
objection.
no foundation.
Will you approach the bench, please?
So the objection is overruled?
Overruled?
Your Honor, may I have a continuing objection for the record on this line of questioning?
You may.
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you things that Jenny has told us under oath, and I want you to comment on them, okay? Is it true that Jenny moved out of her parents' household after high school?
Correct.
All right. And how much older are you than Jenny?
I'm 6 years older.
And how many years had you moved out of the house before Jenny moved out of the house?
So I moved out at 18, so she would have been 12. So she had 6 years at home without me.
Okay, and and would you describe your parents' marriage as a good marriage when you left 6 years before their...
They were in the middle of a divorce, and not an amiable one.
And his second divorce wasn't amicable either, was it?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled?
She can always say, I don't know the answer. So when he says foundation, if you don't know the answer, rather than hear this objection all the time, you can just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Judge, there's one judge in the courtroom, and it's not Judge Owens. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't try to explain to the witness what things mean.
That's, I am not a judge.
I think each questioner can give some ground rules to the witness, and I think it was appropriate. So.
Was the second marriage amicable?
I don't know.
Don't you really? You have no idea if your dad's second marriage parted peacefully or not peacefully?
I don't know.
Well, what's your impression? Like, what do you know? Like, the divorce went smoothly or it didn't go smoothly?
I know that they're friends today.
Okay, so your answer?
It seems like they've been able to continue a friendship anyway.
The jury heard evidence yesterday by Mr. Goldstein, Dr. Goldstein, that these words described your father before the ski accident, and I want you to tell me just if you observed this. He was controlling.
No.
He relentlessly tried to mold people.
All people? Specific people?
Jenny.
I would say, yes, he did try to mold Jenny.
In a negative way.
I think he would say he was trying to be a positive influence.
I asked for your impression. Did you believe that's a positive thing?
I have no opinion on that.
Jenny has a pretty strong opinion on that, doesn't she?
She does.
That it was in an awful, unhealthy way. Is that her opinion?
Are those words she used in her deposition?
Just ask.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been told not to read the deposition, so I'm just asking you to comment. Was it Jenny believes it was an awful, unhealthy way. Do you agree?
No.
You think Jenny would say, by the way, let me ask about Jenny for a minute.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Jenny about this trial?
She knew I was coming. Mm-hmm.
Jenny committed in writing to attend this trial, and then,
I object, Your Honor. This is totally.
let me finish my question, and then pulled out.
That's irrelevant. The jury should disregard the question.
Do you know if Jenny's planning to attend this trial?
To answer that. Oh, she is not planning on attending.
Do you know that there was a point in time when she committed to attend this trial?
Overruled.
Are you
I was not aware.
Or that she was planning to attend the trial?
The question's been asked and answered, so there's not relevance to any more questions along this line.
Did you or anyone you know attempt to dissuade her from attending this trial?
No, she felt like it would be a financial hardship. I said I would be happy to pay for her airplane ticket if she wanted to come.
I did too. Do you know that?
That's totally irrelevant.
I think the witness opened it up, so.
Do you know that I did? I offered to pay too?
No, I did not know.
So did you weigh in on that, Jenny? I don't think it's good for you to attend the trial.
No, not at all. I honor people's journey, and so that's entirely up to her.
Do you
Lunch yet?
2 minutes?
Okay, go ahead.
Do you believe with this statement, with Jenny, your dad was constantly overstepping her boundaries?
Jack. No foundation.
Overruled, there's a standing objection on that.
Standing objection. Yes or no?
Again, repeat.
He was constantly overstepping the boundaries she set. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
He would be frequently frustrated if his expectations were not met.
Agree.
He had a very strong emphasis on discipline.
With Jenny?
Sure.
Agree.
He had very high demands and would be very frustrated if his expectations were not met.
Disagree.
Okay, and to be clear, we're all talking about pre-ski collision, true?
Correct.
All right. That he was domineering to Jenny and your mother.
Disagree.
Okay, I'm going to split those because that was a compound question, we call it. So as to Jenny, was he domineering and emotionally and verbally abusive to her prior to the ski collision?
Disagree.
So she made that up. She's testified under oath. She made that up?
It's her experience. So
I want
you're
the
asking
truth.
my opinion, and I think you have her experience.
Is she lying? I mean,
Are you saying there's one truth?
Yeah, just a second.
On certain facts, there.
Counsel, I have
Sure.
an objection. What's the
Yeah,
objection?
Your Honor, I don't think he can ask if someone else is lying. He doesn't know that. It's an improper question.
This is her sister, Your
I
Honor,
mean,
who
he
she's
can ask her
very
what the
close
facts.
to.
Just a minute, Jones. He can ask her what the facts are. You know, and the jury can make up its own mind, but he shouldn't be concluding for someone that's not here whether she's telling the truth or not. It's improper.
I mean, under certain circumstances, a lay witness can offer an opinion. I don't think I've heard enough foundation for that opinion, so sustained.
Thank you.
So if Jenny says that your father was domineering, do you agree or disagree prior to the ski accident?
Disagree.
And if she so testifies, and we're going to read part of her transcript into the record, if she so testifies, that is not true. He was not domineering. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying he was not domineering.
So if Jenny says he was,
That is her testimony.
and you would disbelieve it.
My testimony would say he was not domineering.
Would you
Her testimony is that he was.
Right. So they can both be true?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
So depending on people's mental capabilities and disabilities, sometimes we experience events differently.
Is it possible that, for instance, your dad wasn't domineering with you, but he was with Jenny?
I think it is possible. I wasn't home.
Sure.
I was in college for many of those years.
Your dad was verbally abusive to Jenny before the ski accident. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Your dad was emotionally and verbally abusive to your mother before the ski accident. Agree or disagree?
I think he could have done better, but I wouldn't call it domineering and abusive, no.
Have you known your dad to go up and, are you aware that he went up and just punched a guy once?
I was not aware of that.
You've never heard that your dad punched your mother's, you've never heard that?
No, sir.
That your dad believed your mother was having an affair and went and punched the guy out? You don't know this?
I don't know that.
Okay. It's probably a good time to break. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll break now, or recess now for lunch, returning at 1:30. All right, so we're recessed until 1:30. Is there any need for the court to come back sooner?
5 minutes sooner. On these character type questions, I want to kind of preview some things because rather than get objections every 3 questions. So I do.
Let's come 15 minutes early then. So 1:15.
1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Counsel, could you approach just for a second? All right, we can go on now. Okay, let the record reflect that counsel are present, and I think Mr. Owens wanted to address the topics of the cross-examination that needed to be cleared with the court first.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm mindful of the court's order, which I have right in front of me, memorandum decision on motions in limine, dated March 8, 2023, specifically pages 3 and 4, about probing plaintiff's credibility. To remind us all, it says, on this topic, the court rules that because of the admissibility of character evidence, which may be probative of truthfulness or untruthfulness, can be fraught with evidentiary issues, an examination that potentially falls under Rule 608 should first be addressed with and sanctioned by the court outside the presence, secured outside the presence of the jury. Okay, you with me on all that? I'm sure you are. There was testimony by Dr. Goldstein yesterday that the patient is not destimulating, or there was no destimulation. I think it's spelled maybe D-I-S, meaning the patient is not creating or enhancing symptomology for gain. There was also conversations that Mr. Sanderson had a good relationship with his daughters. There are various facts, some of which were already addressed, and I'm trying to avoid repeated bench conferences during the trial, during especially this next witness. And I want to be careful and comply with the court's orders. All right, so there are 100 facts, Your Honor, that I think go to this issue of whether he is enhancing his symptomology for gain. Plaintiff's daughter, his own daughter, Jenny, says essentially his character is such that he will be dishonest and lie for gain. It's not quite those words, but it's essentially those words. That to become famous, essentially, he will lie. I'm putting it out there.
How does that have to do with the cross-examination that's about to occur?
Because I want to ask her if that's a true statement.
And what did she testify to on direct examination that's in response to?
You know, I didn't personally take those depositions.
No, what did this
Yes.
witness testify to here in open court that would, I guess, provide the relevance to that cross-examination?
I've only had 5 minutes and we haven't hit those questions yet.
Well, I realize that, but I'm wondering.
So what I envision doing is saying, is this a true statement? And
from her
like
sister?
From her sister.
And what did she say on direct that opened that up, I guess is what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, for example,
I did tweak
let me explain my thinking. So
Thank you.
the questions that you've already asked, I mean, this witness painted a fairly broad picture of her father's personality, his issue, his lack of issues or issues both before and after the accident. And so I think it's fair game for cross-examination to address those topics.
So, thank you.
Like you were.
I think I better understand your question.
So in other words, you said, well, isn't it, or are you aware that your sister felt differently about this issue or that issue? And are you aware that your sister felt as though she was treated this way by her father? I think those are fair areas of cross-examination for this witness because of the fact that she offered testimony on those topics. So I guess, so my next question, and as long as it doesn't, as the motion in limine order indicates, as long as it doesn't, I guess, tip the scale on 403 where its probative value starts decreasing because you covered the same area over and over again, or it's incredibly inflammatory and would be too prejudicial to read or to ask that question in front of the jury.
All right, so can I address that this is within the scope of cross-examination?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's sort of what you're asking. Your Honor, all day yesterday were these neuroradiologists and neuropsychologists talking about every single aspect of Mr. Sanderson. For instance, well, this issue, I mean, literally an opinion by Goldstein that he's not faking for gain. All right, so I think it would be very unfair to my client to not address that issue with every single witness now that comes up. I mean, it's their plaintiff's position that he is not faking for gain. It's the defendant's position he is faking for gain. So I don't think I should be limited for her to just hit 20 points when I have a $3 million case to defend for my client on every aspect of his brain. Darlene, is that her name? Carlene, thank you, said this accident took the joy of life out of him. Goldstein, essentially the testimony is this utterly changed his life. And I think it would be wrong for us, be unfair to my client and just general, the system of justice for me to be restricted tightly to, only, I can only ask her about how he couldn't tie a knot. I mean, I need to be way broader than that when we're dealing with a claimed severe permanent brain injury that's taken the joy of his life out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I understand the argument. Let me hear from the plaintiff. Mr. Sykes, what's your position on this line of questioning as it was just outlined?
What do you mean by? My response is that that's why you have the rules of evidence, and that's why we had motions in limine to, troubleshoot these types of issues and get preliminary rulings. You can't just attack someone's character for the sake of it because his client's worried about how the case is going for him. That doesn't give him a right to attack someone's character based upon someone who's not going to testify, maybe read the deposition, who has incredible mental health problems. And it's not right to let him go beyond the scope. He can put his own case on when he wants to, But asking a witness, she's, I think, 45, 49. He's been out of the house nearly 30 years, and to try to force her to ask questions about whether or not her sister, who hasn't testified, is truthful, runs an incredible risk of prejudicing the jury for someone who's not going to testify. And so I think, Your Honor, I'd like to just, when in doubt, go to the rules. And, excuse me, reputation or opinion evidence. A witness's credibility may be attacked or supported by testimony about the witness's reputation for having a character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. That hasn't come in. And the fact that a daughter that he didn't get along with thinks he might lie isn't reputation evidence. Or by testimony in the form of an opinion about that character. The evidence of truthful character is admissible only after the witness's character for truthfulness has been attacked. It hasn't been attacked. B, specific instances of conduct. Except for a criminal conviction, under Rule 609, extrinsic evidence is not admissible to prove instances of a witness's conduct in order to attack or support the witness's character for truthfulness. Okay? Not admissible. But the court may, on cross-examination, allow them to be inquired into if they are probative of the character for truthfulness or untruthfulness of the witness or another witness whose character the witness being cross-examined has testified about. And so,
isn't that essentially where he's pegging it?
I don't think so. This witness hasn't even testified. We're talking about Terry Sanderson. Hasn't testified.
We're talking about Jenny.
I know.
So the topics of her, the topics of her direct examination will create the contours of what the cross-examination might be.
Except for a criminal conviction under 609. Extrinsic evidence is not admissible to prove specific instances of a witness's conduct in order to attack or support the witness's character for truthfulness. Okay?
Is there something, Mr. Bueller, that...
Oh, just the witness is Polly.
Polly, sorry, thank you.
But I mean, they're trying to attack Terry with specific instances. Can't be done. And beyond that, Your Honor, I think it's just unfair to choose up time. We're going to be late now in a minute or two. He can put his case on. If he lays a proper foundation, he can perhaps read Jenny's deposition for what it takes. They served her with an illegal subpoena in Idaho, and she thought it came from us. Now, I don't know if there was misrepresentation on it.
We've already addressed this issue.
But I mean, that's how.
You don't need to rehash it.
Okay, right. But I'm just saying that she's not going to testify. They have a deposition, and the court rules provide that they can read that under some circumstances. So, let them do that. But why harass this witness, trying to get her to indirectly condemn her father by either agreeing or disagreeing with something that she didn't witness? It just makes no sense. So I urge you to deny his request.
Okay, thank you.
Now, there's a attorney smarter than I am here, Kristen Van Orman. I'd like her to address it too.
Good. Well, I think I'm just going to hear from one lawyer on the plaintiff's side. Anything else, Mr. Owens?
Final statement, thanks. Plaintiffs did ask about personality traits on direct, and that his personality has changed.
Was there any direct examination about truthfulness, though, and honesty? I don't have notes of that.
Okay.
So I can see you questioning along the same lines of what you just did. I think that's fair.
And I did adjust my questioning to the court's concern.
But getting involved in, an underlying motivation for the lawsuit and for pursuing the lawsuit, I didn't hear any direct examination on that topic.
There certainly was yesterday, and
I realize there was with another witness. And you could certainly cross-examine or call those other witnesses and address that with them. But with this witness, I think the cross is limited to the scope, at least in the plaintiff's case. I mean, you can recall her in your case later, and that may change what you can ask. But at least right now, the plaintiff is entitled to put their case on.
So we did have an order. One of our orders is subpoena for one, is subpoena for all.
Right. So one of the questions I will ask at the end of this witness's testimony today is this witness now released?
Would she prefer that? Frankly, I'm thinking of the witness.
I know, but right now the objection is beyond the scope.
Okay, so does everyone agree that I can that this witness will be available next week? I don't.
Well, she's subpoenaed. I can remind her of that fact when she finishes her testimony.
She's not released.
Is she subpoenaed, Mr. Sykes?
We didn't subpoena her.
We.
Find it right here.
We emailed the plaintiff's lawyer. We intend to call the three daughters. Will you accept service? And I remember the answer being, but I could be corrected. We will accept service for these two daughters and not for this third.
Okay.
I don't.
Now,
I receive that, Judge. I don't. I mean, there's
we do.
4 of us working on this. I don't have a recollection of that. I'm not calling my good friend Mr. Owens a liar.
No,
but
because
I don't remember that. Versus show it to me, please.
Okay. So, by the way, if you can't tell, I'm not speaking. I didn't expect this issue to arise, so I do recall specifically, and Lawrence was the one who emailed, we are not representing Jenny. You have to subpoena her directly. And this may take a minute, Your Honor. How do I address personality traits? I mean, these broad criticisms by their expert based on the fact witnesses without being able to talk to the fact witnesses about the basis for it. I don't know how to do that other than in this manner.
Well, all I'm saying is that we need to call the jury in. You can do your cross-examination, but if they're as to the objection, limiting it to the scope of the direct, that would be sustained.
Okay, and we can.
You can call the witness later.
The witness will agree to appear next week.
I don't know if she will, and even if she does, is that something that you can rely on?
How do we get subpoena for one is subpoena for all? What does that mean? That's the court's order. That to me that means.
It means if a witness has been subpoenaed, then they remain on that subpoena until the court releases that subpoena. If the witness hasn't been subpoenaed, then they simply haven't been subpoenaed, and I have no control over that.
Lawrence, will you agree that you accepted service of the subpoena for these two daughters?
No, that's not true.
Do you have a copy of the subpoena?
The 3 daughters, they live in Washington State. Okay. 3 states.
You have a copy of the subpoena? Give it to her now. It's pretty simple. Has the plaintiff subpoenaed Polly?
I don't believe so.
So I can't rely on an email from Bob Sykes saying we are intending to call Polly and Shay.
That's our witness list.
It's not a subpoena.
This is an email, January 24, 2023. And then in response to a question, will you accept service of their subpoenas? I mean.
And what's the response?
Pretty sure it was negative, Your Honor.
I'm waiting. They've got the email.
We are intending to call Polly and Shay. That's it.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like the witness is under subpoena. You can certainly ask her if she is.
Yeah.
They say they don't think so. Now that's not a no.
That's more technical than I usually get with plaintiff's counsel. I mean, we're calling her, And subpoena one for one is subpoena for all.
So are we ready for the jury?
Sure. Your Honor, can we just have a quick sidebar?
Sure. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury's back in the room and parties and counsel are present. Mr. Owens?
I need to apologize. I was being an ass earlier. You are. It was wrong for me to triangulate you, your dad, and your sister, and your mom. And I ask for your forgiveness. You love your dad. Fair?
True.
You love your mom.
True.
You love your sister, both sisters.
Absolutely.
Your dad was a texter. Is that true? Even pre-injury?
Yes.
Yeah. And a poster like Facebook?
Yeah, he's always been very tech savvy.
Your Honor, I'd like to address Defense Exhibit 111, page 2. I think you have your binder.
No objection. No objection.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 1, what is it?
111, page 2.
111, page 2 is received.
And could you bring that up? And Peter, could you note that we...
Judge, that just goes to that page, not the whole exhibit.
True.
Page 2.
Page two, okay, thank you.
All right. Oh, we do have a defense binder for the witness. Now, it's not going to be in there unless you countermark it. Do we have the defense witness binder? And while we're doing that, could you step down and take a look at this? And James, could you bring this up big? So that we can actually read the bottom of this. Do you recognize this by chance?
It looks vaguely familiar. Her smile stands out to me.
So do you recall that your dad, after being brought down on the toboggan, texted out a picture of the toboggan person? Does this ring any bells? Yes?
I think it's likely. I think he was grateful for her service.
Okay, you nodded yes, but
Yeah.
to get it audibly.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so I'm going to read this. Whitney kept me entertained while probing me with questions to evaluate my senses. A dedicated outdoor person and horse lover from Michigan. She also took me down in the toboggan by herself and won the DV, Deer Valley, I assume, Women's Downhill Race Contest. A sweetheart! Exclamation point. Okay, you can sit down. That's okay. And can we go back down? And I'm just gonna hand you this. May I approach? Yes. If you want to read it again, you can. Okay. So, do you recall seeing this?
Like I said, it seems familiar. Like her smile stands out as maybe something I've seen before.
And
what's included down below sounds like my dad's eternal optimism and positivity.
Yeah. Pretty articulate, would you say, just within an hour of his accident?
He's an articulate human.
And quite praising, and the toboggan person is smiley, right? True?
Yeah, I think he was grateful.
Okay. Now let's go to Defense 102. So in that binder, they're individually numbered. May I approach?
You may.
I'll help you. So you look at these little stickers, and that's how you get the number. All right, and let's do the bottom half if we can. Okay, and
You can look at it there if you wish, or you can look at the one right in front of you. All right. Which one are you there? Polly, it looks like P. I won't put this on the record so that, is that your email though?
That is my email.
All right. And is that your sisters, Jenny and Shay's emails?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall getting this email on the evening of the incident?
I do.
And it's genuine, it's real. Your dad created this?
I believe so.
And I think you help me. Did you get a call from your dad on this day about the incident before this email? If the incident was about right before lunch, and this is 8 p.m. on February 26, 2016, remind me, did you get a call before then, or was this your first notice?
I don't recall precisely. In my memory, I think I received a phone call first and then received an email.
From your, oh yes, you testified, and you weren't sure whether it was from your dad or from
Shay.
Okay,
Colleen.
gotcha. All right, so your dad said, here's what happened from my friend, an eyewitness, and then something's attached. Do you believe you clicked on this?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, and do you recall what it was?
There's been a lot of speculation trying to figure out what that was. The fact that it's a meetup link, it tells me probably something from, so the day that he was skiing, he had gone with a meetup group.
Let me interrupt, because all I'm asking is, do you recall what it was if you clicked on this?
I do not recall precisely.
Okay, and he
I
said...
think I wasn't able to access information.
Well, that's a different comment. That's, you think you clicked on it and nothing came up?
Correct, that's what I think.
Did you say that in your deposition anywhere?
I don't believe I was.
That's improper use of a deposition.
Overruled.
We asked you about 100 questions about this email. Do you remember?
I've been asked about this email a lot.
Right.
I don't recall what it was. It almost felt like, in my memory, potentially a dead end.
So listen to my question, though.
Yes.
We asked you 100 questions about this in your email, in your deposition. You were under oath, correct?
Yes.
You understood that?
Yes.
And the court reporter was taking down every word?
Yes.
And then you had an opportunity to review your transcript for accuracy?
I wasn't aware that I could, but yes, I did review it.
And did you make a correction? Like, actually, I tried to click on it, and nothing came up. Did you ever do that?
It's just a vague recollection. No, I do not believe.
Yeah. So, okay, the opportunity to make a correction, if what you said in your deposition. The reason we take depositions, you understand, is so years later people don't come up with new memories. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay.
I do not recall what this link was.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the top half. Do you recall responding to this link in any way?
I don't believe I responded to the email.
James, I apologize. I have one more question on the bottom half. Your dad wrote, "I'm famous." Do you know why he said that?
I think it matches his personality, a little bit of making light of a serious situation.
All right. In his deposition, he said, "I thought it was cool that I had had a collision with a celebrity." Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I object. This is improper use of deposition again.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I have not read his deposition.
My question was, do you have any reason to dispute your dad's statement that he thought it was cool that he had had an accident with a celebrity?
Your Honor, I think if she's going to do this, she should show her in the deposition, because there's more to it than that.
Yeah, it's hard out of context.
Yeah, just a second. When there's an objection, I need to.
The objection was overruled.
There was a second objection.
This was just. Do you have any reason to dispute
I need to rule
that?
on the second
Right.
objection, which is overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sorry. All right. Do you have any reason to dispute your dad's statement that he thought it was cool that he'd been in an accident with a celebrity?
I do not think it was cool. I cannot dispute whether or not my father thought it was cool.
Perfect. Okay. Now, nowhere on this does it say I'm hurt.
Correct.
And this link is important. Would you agree to know what was going on within hours of the accident?
Yes.
And we've asked for this link. Do you know where it is?
I do not.
Or what was posted? Have you ever seen it?
I can't answer yes or no. I'm sure I clicked the link. That would have been the logical thing.
And do you remember what it was?
No.
Okay. Now we can go to the top half. Your sister Shay has responded. This was her genuine response. Do you see it's about an hour and a half later, 9:32 on the date of the event? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Dad, I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. I also can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I'm so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? All right. I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. Do you remember receiving Shay's reply?
Yes.
And actually, as I look at that was not a trick question, but I can see you are actually not on this reply. Do you see your name isn't copied to all?
I maybe I've read that somewhere then because it looks familiar to me.
And I just realized it just now. Okay. By the way, your sister just weeks earlier had injured herself skiing. Is that true?
Correct.
Like 3 weeks earlier, she blew out her knee?
Tore an ACL and an MCL.
Those are knee issues, right?
Correct.
All right. What are the chances? Is that referencing that? Like the fact they had both gotten into ski collisions, or do you know?
I take it that way. Okay. I think it was like, it's February, we're both hurt.
And we're both unlucky?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm so glad you're okay. All right, Shay hasn't testified yet. But was it your understanding that on the evening of the accident, your dad was okay?
I think she meant that, he came out of it. I think it's her way of saying.
So let me ask you this question because it's pointed toward you.
Okay.
Was it your understanding the evening of the accident that your dad was okay?
Yeah, that not fatal. He was going to be mendable. Maybe some rehab.
Well, that's a lot to say. Basically, are you okay, Dad? Did you ask him that day on the phone?
I'm sure I said, I'm glad you're down from the mountain. I'm glad you're here with us. I'm glad you're okay.
You believe you talked to him, right?
I believe I did.
Yeah, and
that's what it feels like. But
and your first question is, are you okay? All right, isn't that?
How are you doing, right?
Yes.
If somebody, I think for anyone that had gone through a big accident, it's that checking in with them.
And fair to say you don't recall him saying anything other than he was okay?
I think, as I mentioned, he said, I'm hurting. I think I have some broken ribs.
So you actually do remember the response?
This is my recollection. Maybe it's my sister saying, we think he's okay. He's got some broken ribs.
Now, the I'm famous, that refers to my client, right? He's famous because he collided with a celebrity, right?
That's how I take that.
So he knew who she was by 8 p.m. that night.
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah. And do you have any idea where this link went? The link of the most important piece of evidence that could be presented in trial today?
It looks like it's somewhere out there in the cyber sphere.
Okay.
Do you agree that your dad liked to be in the spotlight?
I agree.
This was pre-collision, right?
Yeah, he's big energy.
Now, I'm thinking back when my mom was 76. Did you notice things? This is pre-collision, so let's just say in the year before that. Dad's starting to get older. Did you think to yourself about that?
I never felt like my dad was getting older or that I had noticed something like that.
So when he's 68 years old, never considered like he's starting to get older?
By numbers, yes. And I have lots of people in my family that I've watched age. You know, my mother, my grandmother, my father and mother-in-law. I know what that's like, you know, my mom that can't remember the name of that author. But when there's a marked change in somebody's cognition, memory, and just functioning, it's more of a switch type feeling. It didn't feel gradual.
Do you remember the fact that your dad had a stroke contributed? First of all, did your dad have a stroke before the ski incident?
I'm not aware of a stroke. I know he had an occlusion that lost some visibility in his eye. I think it's like a restricted blood vessel.
Do you recall in your deposition saying he had a stroke?
I think you called it a stroke in the eye, meaning...
Did you call it a stroke?
If I did, I misspoke, and I should have had an opportunity to correct that.
Well, you did have an opportunity.
I was not aware of that.
So I'll dig it out if we have to. Let's keep going. Your dad had an event where the oxygen in his eye, in his right eye, was essentially turned off, and he lost his right eye. Is that fair?
He lost some vision in his right eye, and you know, what are the odds for somebody that's spent a lifetime committed to eye health, right?
There's a reference to, he's an optometrist and he's not a medical physician, true?
He's an optometric physician, an optometrist.
So here's my question. Is he a medical physician, an MD?
No.
No. Okay, so now let's go through. A few statements here. I'll tell you what, I think this will be the most efficient way. A couple weeks before the ski collision, your dad went to a doctor, and he said he thinks all of a sudden he's gotten old all of a sudden. Did he ever express those sentiments to you?
No.
And it sounds like you never went to the doctor with him. Is that fair?
I did take him to appointments. I didn't sit in the room with his primary care provider and himself.
Pre-collision, did you take him to any doctor appointments?
No, not that I can recall.
Right. Okay, so, and you said, like, your dad wouldn't have told me that. For instance, of his depression, he wouldn't have told me. And is that just a little, like a sense of pride? I'm not going to share mental health information with my daughter?
I think it's more of his role as a parent. I've been involved in mental health care, and so we talk openly about mental health challenges. I think he has a little bit of, I'm the parent, and I don't want to worry you. I don't want to bother you.
So my question was that like a sense of pride? I'm not going to share my mental health information with my daughter. Do you believe that or not?
Mr. Owens, I don't know that I would choose the word pride. I think I would say he didn't want to burden me as his daughter.
All right. So there's possible that he was doing mental health
issues on the side without telling you. Fair?
I have not reviewed his medical records, so that is fair.
Okay. By the way, how long had you been out of the house in the time of the ski collision? So, like, had you been married 30?
At the ski collision?
Yeah, when did you move out of the house? After high school or after?
Yeah, so I left in 1992.
Okay, and we're in 16. 8 plus 16 is 24. You'd been out of
Good
the house
job.
24 years?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would see your dad maybe, let's say, in the 3 months prior to the ski collision. Do you agree you didn't call or see your dad once?
That was very surprising information to me after your team had pulled phone records.
Is that true?
I have no reason to believe it's not true.
And you would see him, did you see him about the same before the ski collision and after the ski collision? Like 2 to 4 times a year? Was
He said it's been a little harder, especially with COVID. I don't feel like I've seen him as much.
Gotcha.
And part of it is, I still had kids at home, so it was easier to say, oh, we're going to come through on summer vacation. And
I'm with you.
yeah.
Okay. By the way, COVID was hard. Did your dad get COVID like twice in 6 months?
He did get COVID, I believe, more than once.
In like not too far, not like 1 month, but like 6 months or something. Does this sound right?
Does sound correct.
And that's extremely hard on him, just that. True?
COVID was hard on all of us. Yeah.
But in terms of some of the feelings of isolation, for instance, that's exacerbated by COVID. Fair?
Yeah.
All right. In addition to your dad's eye problem on the right, do you agree that he also was severely impaired on the left eye?
I would not agree with that.
All right. Let me get rid of the word severely. Do you recall him being impaired on the left eye prior to the ski collision?
Prior, no, I am not aware of that.
Do you recall him ever walking into walls?
No. Prior.
Correct. One of your sisters mentioned that. Do you know anything about that?
I have not experienced that, no.
That he would ask people standing on the right side of him if they would move so he could see them. Did you observe that ever?
Yeah, typically when we're walking, we would, yeah.
Okay. And just to be technical, so yeah doesn't work very
Yes.
well on the record. So there we go. Thanks.
Sorry.
Do you agree one of the reasons he retired was the stroke event that had left him deprived of oxygen in his vision?
I do not agree with that.
Okay. If your dad so testified in his own deposition.
Then I would go with my dad's. I have not read his deposition.
Thank you. Do you agree that he adjusted his skiing to the right side of the slope because of his vision issues?
I think that was typical. He would, yeah.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
And he had to be picky about which days he skied. Like if it was a snowy day with limited visibility, he wouldn't go because of his vision. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't know that. I think because he was retired, he would choose his ski days based on when it would feel the best day to ski.
So I'm just going to tweak my question a little bit. Did you know that he would adjust his skiing days based on visibility for that day?
I did not know that.
Okay. Let's talk about the prostate cancer. Do you know the severity? I guess they rate prostate cancers Gleason 6, 7, 8, or 9. Have you heard of this? 6, 7, 8, 9,
I think
10.
they were monitoring his numbers for a long time.
And 10 out of 10 is the worst. Are you familiar with the Gleason scale for prostate cancer?
I am not.
Okay.
Other than that there is a scale, so.
And do you know if your dad was a 7, for instance? Not the least, but not the most?
I do not know. I've not reviewed my dad's medical records.
And separate then from the Gleason scale or his records, just did you understand, like, this isn't just the most minimal cancer, it actually had become malignant?
I knew they were monitoring his numbers, so that makes sense that when they decided to operate, it was because the number had justified that decision.
Thank you. And I'm just going to restate my question. Were you aware his cancer had become malignant?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many years prior to the ski incident that cancer was?
I really do not recall. I would say surgery, if I had to guess, 2008.
One of the things they cut off was his testosterone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as a result, he became, in the records, quite emotional. Do you agree?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
We're dealing with his emotions.
Overruled?
Thank you. Do you recall him becoming quite emotional?
I did not experience that. More so after the accident. Much more notable.
Thanks. Let's stay pre-accident for
Pre-accident, I never experienced the increase in emotion.
All right. By the way, after the accident, how long was it until you went and visited your father?
That's a great question. I think he was at my place end of May. I would imagine that summer at some point.
Okay, so the ski collision was in end of February.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you saying like 3 months?
He was at my house end of May, so I saw him again 3 months.
Okay, that was the first time you saw him after.
Yeah.
Right?
Typically, when we would come down, it would be like in July, so we would probably have seen him then. I can't review for certain.
Do you recall there being a motion regarding the prostate? So I'm sort of prostate cancer, so I'm separating the testosterone issue. I mean, that's a big deal, isn't it?
It is a big deal. I think he was scared. I think his father had similar issues, so he had he had lived that experience, so he was concerned about it.
How old, by the way, was your dad's mom and dad? Are they both deceased?
They are.
And at what ages, do you know?
It's a good question. I think they passed away 2002, 2004. I would say maybe in their 80s.
70s?
Perhaps 70s, yeah.
And what did your dad's dad pass away from? Was it prostate?
I think it was complications with prostate cancer.
And your dad's mom, what did she pass away from?
She had broken a hip and then ended up getting pneumonia.
Let's talk about your dad's hearing for a minute. So your dad, about how many years ago did he start wearing hearing aids?
So my first memory of my dad with hearing aids, my younger sister was kind of an infant. And so, because I remember she would make noises and he would kind of like, whoa, that's loud. So I think he...
Like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Ago?
Yeah.
40 years ago.
40 years ago, he's been wearing hearing aids.
Yeah.
And do you agree one side is worse than the other, or do you know?
I don't know that. I think technology's advanced. Hearing aids today are much better than they were 40 years ago.
And as far as severity of his hearing loss, just prior to the ski incident, do you know? Can you quantify that at all?
So there are times, say, in the morning when we're brewing coffee and he doesn't have his hearing aids in.
Okay, let's talk about when his hearing aids were in prior to the accident. Do you agree he still had some impairment?
Minimal, but yes.
He had to actually read lips. Do you agree?
I think he's a people person, so he really does read lips and read people.
So pre-ski incident, even with his hearing aids, he read lips. Do you agree?
I think he does, not because he wasn't hearing, though.
Do you agree that part of his hearing impairment, even with hearing aids, was he couldn't hear high voices, higher frequencies, like a woman's voice? Do you know that?
I don't know that for certain, but I know that hearing loss happens in ranges. So that would make sense.
Okay, so we've talked about his eyes, his ears, his cancer. Let's talk about his heart. Do you recall that prior to the ski accident, your dad had some heart palpitation issues?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Did you see any effects of aging in your dad prior to the ski accident? Any at all?
I think his hair was getting a little more gray.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, he seemed really pretty on target.
So perfect health prior to the ski collision?
I wouldn't use the word perfect, but I think for someone who was 69, he really worked at being healthy, took his supplements, made sure he exercised. He's a swimmer. He just worked hard at it.
He still swims, doesn't he?
I believe so.
Still goes to yoga.
He sure tries. He's dedicated to his health.
Post ski collision, he went on like 10 international trips. Does this sound right?
I don't know if 10 is the number. He traveled quite a bit. I think he had I've retired, I'm supposed to do this kind of thing.
And did he ever do like international travel pre-ski incident?
Did he do some of those?
Yeah.
And did he ever go alone?
Usually he traveled with a friend.
No one goes to Europe alone, do they?
I mean, it's good to have good company.
As part of the stroke workup, your dad had a lot of imaging done of his brain. Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not.
Do you know, for instance, if he was diagnosed with microvascular disease prior to the ski collision?
I do not.
How about moderate diffuse volume loss atrophy?
I do not.
All right. Do you know enough to talk about the fact that as we age, our brain's volume decreases?
I'm aware of that.
Do you recall that he was diagnosed with a plaque problem as a result of the retinal eye occlusion?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know he was, for instance, prior to the ski collision on an anti-cholesterol, anti-statin, I should say statin, of some sort of cholesterol plaque reduction medication?
I did not know it.
All right.
Wouldn't surprise me, though.
And if he was on like 7 to 9 medications just prior to the ski incident, I take it you don't know what any of those are.
I knew he took some medications along with his supplements. Like I said, he listens to doctor's orders. He would take what was prescribed to him.
Let's talk about supplements. Your dad loves supplements. Is that true?
I would say, yeah.
Like 40 a day, even before the ski collision.
I don't know the number.
Foundation.
He so testified in his deposition. But that's,
How would she know?
I think she's about to answer that. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I just said I do not know the number of supplements he takes.
But is it like a whole glass full every day?
Objection, Foundation.
If you know.
I have not watched my dad take his vitamins.
What do you know? Like how many supplements a day does he take?
So we'll talk things like we were just talking about vitamin D, and I had said I know it's better absorbed with vitamin K, and he said he did take a vitamin D, and I said, oh, you might want to look and see if there's K in it.
How about number?
I know he
I'm
takes
looking-
vitamin D. I don't know the number.
Would it surprise you that he said 40?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled?
Go ahead.
It would surprise me a little bit, yeah. I know he takes supplements.
You didn't. How about therapy so mental health therapy pre-collision? Were you aware your dad had undergone counseling for anger and other problems?
I was not aware that he saw a counselor for anger issues. I do know that he has seen a counselor for mental health.
So pre-collision, he's easy to anger. Do you recall that? VA 1131, Defense 113C. He's easy to anger. That's why he's going to see a therapist. Does this ring a bell prior to the collision?
Do I recall that? I have not read his medical records.
Angry, discussing family conflict. Do you recall this? This was back in 2009, so the collision was 2016, so 7 years earlier. Was he going through a divorce right around then, 09?
I don't think it was a divorce, but I think, did he split with his girlfriend in 08? So possibly.
Was his girlfriend issue. The patient desires to feel justified in his anger. Does this ring any bells, 09?
I didn't witness anger, no. Or he didn't display it. Maybe he had a self-awareness.
What do you know about like his breakup with his girlfriend in 09 in terms of emotions? Because we're talking a lot about emotions in this trial.
Yeah. Well, I know it was after his cancer treatment. So the year following. So I think he probably needed a lot of support and healing. And I don't think he felt like he got that from his current partner.
Okay, so he had an unsuccessful relationship with a woman prior to the ski collision, true?
That's true. He was working on that.
And he went through 2 divorces, true?
That's true too.
Had not remarried, right?
To my understanding.
And how many years went by between the second marriage came right after the first divorce, true?
That's correct.
And then how many years went by after the second divorce and before the ski collision?
Let me check my math here. I would say maybe 10 years.
All right. So did he have any life partners during those 10 years? We're talking about his relationships, for instance, in this trial. He's had a hard time having long-term relationships after. And I'm just saying for those 10 years prior, did he have long-term relationships?
By long-term, I can't think of sustainable. You had mentioned the one that had split in 2009, and I'm not sure how long they were together, maybe 2 or 3 years.
By the way, I don't know if we formally admitted D-113, but I would like to do so.
Any objection?
What is it? Don't know what it is yet.
We talked about it yesterday. Peter, do you mind?
What do you show, Jody?
I don't even show it.
No, it's an add-on yesterday. I'll keep going, but, would you prefer I keep going, Judge, or we deal with it right here?
It's your choice if you want to get it admitted now, or are you going to use the exhibit with this witness?
I don't know, but I do want it in the record because I'm referring to it.
Why don't we wait? We can handle it over the break, maybe, unless you need this witness or need to ask this witness about it.
I guess I will. So move for D-113F, which are D-113, which are stipulated VA records. Agreed or disagreed here?
We don't have any objection to the VA records. No objection.
Okay. Defendant's 113 is received.
These records indicate that your dad had difficulty. The patient mentioned difficulty with anger management. Did you ever know your dad to have an anger management problem prior to the ski collision?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what page is that?
113F.
What VA page is it?
Thank you. 1134. Second paragraph. So my question again, did you ever know your dad to have difficulty with anger?
I'm sorry, just a second, Your Honor. I'm on 113. I don't see anything here.
Why don't you show counsel?
113.
I gave them a hard copy too. Okay.
Are you good to go, Mr. Sykes?
Where is it? where is it on here? Okay, thank you, Judge.
Did you did you ever know your dad to have an anger management problem?
I never knew my dad to have an anger management problem.
Okay. If it's in his medical records prior to the ski collision, I take it you don't dispute that.
They're his medical records, yeah.
He struggles with self-disclosure that is self-focused rather than other-focused. Did you see that in your dad pre-ski collision? He's so focused on himself rather than others.
I think he does have that tendency, or he did prior to the accident. It's after the accident, it's been magnified for sure.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes, and more so after the accident.
The focus of this session was to help him identify his responses and the associated feelings and communicate those in less blaming ways. Did you know him to blame others frequently pre-ski collision?
No, I think it's just great that he was trying to get tools. Yeah.
Well, he's getting tools because he has a problem with communicating with others that doesn't blame them. Did you observe that prior to the ski collision?
I don't think any humans are perfect, and he's acknowledging these are things I'm working on. That's how I understand that.
Okay, so I am trying to phrase these in yes or no, but I'm not going to cut you off. So I'm going to ask it again, though. Prior to the ski collision, did you observe that your dad had problems communicating with others because he would blame them? Yes or no?
No, I did not observe him blaming others. Yes. Yeah. I'll go with no.
Did you observe, now 113H, that his interaction style and way of dealing with people often got him in trouble?
Pre-accident?
Pre-accident.
No.
And he would like to gain greater insight into his interpersonal difficulties. Did you observe your dad pre-accident to have some interpersonal difficulties?
Yes, I think something he worked on.
But most people don't go 13 years without talking to your sibling, right? That's more than just most people.
I believe that to be true in my experience.
So we're talking. It's true everyone has interpersonal communication difficulties, but not everyone goes to their therapist for it. Do you agree?
I agree, but the smart ones do.
Patient had a number of recent stressors which he appeared to minimize. Okay, did you ever know your dad to minimize other stressors and focus on something sort of obsessively?
Not pre-accident, post-accident, yes.
Okay, how about that he would hyper-focus on a problem without dealing with broader issues that were affecting that?
I would say he does have a tendency to hyper-focus.
And that was pre-collision, right?
Yes, way more so after the accident.
Did his eyesight problem, hearing problem, heart issues, prostate cancer, did those somewhat narrow his abilities, his activity level?
I really didn't see that change or modify a lot. I think not till after the accident.
How about at all? Just like the 5 years before the accident? Any reduction in activities at all?
Right. I think I would see my dad, make some adjustments. Like he would he would learn because he's not reckless. So
Is that a yes or no? Reduction in activity level prior to the ski collision.
yes, very, very minimal.
And one of the things he told his doctor 3 weeks before the ski collision was he was not able to do the things he had been able to do. Does that surprise you?
Very much so.
Okay. You don't dispute the medical record 3 weeks before the ski collision, do you?
I would have a hard time disputing his records.
Migraines. He would have migraines pre ski collision, right?
Occasionally.
And they were debilitating when he got them. True?
Correct.
And he would actually have vision problem associated with his migraines. When he had migraines, he actually had even less vision. Do you agree?
I know he would typically look for a dark place, to just recover from that.
So your answer?
He was sensitive to light, and that would be visual.
Okay. Now let's talk about his back and spine problems pre-collision. He had a foot drop, didn't he? He walked differently pre-collision?
I wasn't aware of a foot drop or a different walk.
Do you know what a foot drop is?
Vaguely.
So you have to more drag one of your feet. Is that fair?
Okay. I didn't notice that in my dad.
You never knew of one?
No.
Okay. How about weakness or pain of loss of sensation?
Not aware of that.
How about he did have spine surgery? Do you agree?
I think he had, was it a compressed disc or something?
Right. That's not small-time medicine, right? Spine surgery is a big deal.
I would say yes.
Knee injury. Oddly, is this true? Before the ski collision, he actually injured his knee skiing. Does this sound familiar?
I vaguely remember meniscus, maybe.
Skiing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
There's inherent risks in skiing, knees being one of them.
So the answer?
Yes.
Did that require surgery? Do you recall?
I don't believe it did.
Shoulder problems. Do you recall having pre-ski collision shoulder problems?
I think he did have a shoulder issue.
And what do you recall about it?
Not very much.
Hamstring injury, a torn hamstring. Do you recall this pre-injury?
I do not.
Osteoarthritis. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes, I know what that is.
And were you aware your father had osteoarthritis prior to the ski
No.
injury? Trigger finger. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do know that. He had issues with his thumb.
By the way, do you recall one of the reasons he has hearing problems is from shooting a lot of guns without ear protection?
In the military.
Have you heard this before, or am I the first to tell you?
Could have also been concerts, but I do know that he was in the military, so possibly.
All right. When he was young, he was a rocker. Is that fair?
If rocker, you mean like the Kingston Trio? Yeah, he was a rocker.
I think he told me he was a rocker in his youth. Do you know anything about that?
Well, he's in college like in the 68, so we're talking
All right.
Peter, Paul, and Mary, Kingston Trio. Like real rockers.
Still good music.
Yeah.
All right. Insomnia. Did you know him to have sleeping problems prior to the ski collision?
I knew that sleep was kind of a challenge for him. That's something that he shares with my older sister, Shay. And so they would talk about different techniques for getting a good night's sleep.
So did he have insomnia issues pre-collision?
I don't know if I would call it insomnia. You want to read me a definition for insomnia?
Sure. Taking a medication for it.
Oh.
Did you know that one of the medications he took, like lorazepam or Ativan or trazodone, I think he took all three of those at one time. Not at one time. I apologized throughout the years before. So that's how I would define it, requiring prescription medication.
Okay, so I would defer to my dad's medical record.
All right. Respiratory problems. Were you aware your dad had respiratory problems pre-collision?
I knew that he kept an inhaler, that he'd had had pneumonia at some point, and so we felt like, yeah, I don't ever see him using the inhaler.
Okay.
But I knew he had one.
Your Honor, I object, doing this, going through the medical history of a 60-year-old person now for
What's the
5 days.
objection?
It's irrelevant, and there has to be some end to this.
Okay.
We only have
Oh,
4 more days.
Yeah, overruled.
All right.
Each side's getting half time, so it's not affecting your time, Mr. Sykes.
Lower urinary tract issues. Perhaps those are prostate related. Do you know of anything about
Not
that?
aware of any of those.
Kidney problems. Do you recall he had some kidney problems pre-collision?
I do not recall that.
Like that he had chronic renal insufficiency? You've never heard that before?
No.
Cholesterol medication, what'd you tell me? You knew he was on a med for that, or you did
I
not?
didn't know he was on a medication for that, but that's pretty common for that age group, right?
And restless legs, were you familiar that he had that? That was a condition?
I think I was aware of that.
Did you and your sisters joke that like he's actually thinning the sheets because he kicks a lot?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
All right.
Counsel, you approach.
Yes?
Now. All right, we'll take a short break. Thank you. Okay, we're ready.
I do have a question for plaintiff's counsel. Is the jury, have they been summoned?
Why don't we wait?
I do want to ask a question of plaintiff's counsel.
Because if they are, I'm going to spend more time with this witness.
We're not planning on it, so.
Okay, that will, I'm going to rely on that and shorten my testimony.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
Thank you. If your dad told the doctor 3 weeks before the ski collision that he was preoccupied with paperwork and cleaning things out and not doing things he enjoyed doing that he used to do, do you have any insights on that?
I do not.
Did you personally observe it?
I did not.
And how long had it been since you saw your dad prior? We said 3 months after the ski collision, but I'm not sure I asked you. How many months prior had you seen him?
I expect that we would have saw him either over the Christmas holiday or perhaps Thanksgiving. We usually did one or the other.
All right, so where the accident was in May, it would have been 5 or 6 months.
Accident was in February.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it would have been
couple months.
2 months, 3 months.
Gotcha. Yeah. Was your dad sort of a scary driver before the ski collision?
I think I mentioned he was a multitasker, so he did more things in the car than I wanted my teen drivers to witness.
This is the first time I've ever seen this, but not just texting, but he would actually read a book while driving on the interstate freeway. Is that true?
I'd heard that rumor, like back when we were children.
From your
on a
sister?
straight stretch. I think that was something that.
From your sister?
Yeah.
That's bad judgment, isn't it? To actually read a book?
I wouldn't recommend it.
There's no foundation for that judge. She doesn't have any personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, do you think that is bad judgment if your dad was reading a book, driving?
Judge, you just ruled on this.
Sustained.
It's a different question.
Go ahead and move on, counsel.
Thanks. All right. Your dad, our experts have actually compared brain imaging before the collision and brain imaging after the collision and have made various conclusions. I take it you don't know anything about that.
No advanced degrees in neuropsychology or.
All right. And then your dad really received all of his health care at the VA. Is that accurate?
I think his primary care provider, he uses the VA.
I'm talking like lots of medical care and lots of specialties. Are you aware of that?
Like I said, I think he really values his health and has always, had those checkups and would not surprise me.
So pre-collision, like a lot of medical records.
I think there's a continuity there that runs his whole life, before accident, after accident.
So I'm waiting for a yes on any of these.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay. And they knew him best. Fair enough? The VA people?
If you can answer the question.
I think it depends on if you have longevity with your primary care provider, and sometimes with the VA there's a lot of turnaround. They don't always stay a long time.
Do you know that he actually did have a long-term relationship with his primary care provider at the VA before this incident?
I don't know whether he did or not.
Okay.
I would be hopeful that he did.
Margaret Rasmussen. Do you know that name? Maybe I'm misstating it. Never mind, don't worry. Okay, then, so does this surprise you that your dad would go to the VA people and say, I want to be checked out. I want my thinking to be checked out. Did you ever hear him do that?
No, I did not.
Or that he had done that. That's how I should have said it.
I was not aware. I do know that he had follow-ups and healthcare visits, yes.
Did he ever tell you that he had had 3 neuropsych assessments at the VA through his current treating providers?
Pre-collision?
No, I did not mean to switch on you. Thank you. That's a good clarification. So, like 1 month after, 1 year after, 1 and 3 months after, that kind of thing.
I knew that he was having follow-ups because he was really worried about his mental state. So I haven't seen the medical records, but that seems, if that's what his medical record says.
And did you ever remember hearing from him or anyone else that they were all average to above average in like 20 different categories?
He did not share the response with me. I know he was doing a lot of work towards it, right? Cognitive work.
So you knew he was getting these assessments, but weren't you saying, hey, Dad, what are they saying? Didn't you do that?
I don't think I asked for medical, information, more about how are you doing? Do things feel less foggy for you? Okay. Are you more? You're doing it. I'm proud of you. Keep doing the work. Keep following up.
Post-collision travel. All right. So he would visit U.S. states like Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho. Do you recall all of those?
My sisters live in those states. I do, so yeah, I would say he did travel there.
And then, in addition, he went to Peru and walked the Golden Trail. True?
I can't speak to that. I do know he went to Peru.
Okay. Do you remember, like, Machu Picchu? He went and visited Machu Picchu?
He did not share that with me.
Or
I would have done that if I was in Peru.
Yes. And that he floated down the Amazon?
Did not.
This is early 2017. So about 1 year after the collision. Do you recall how many weeks he was gone in Peru?
I think it was a couple of weeks, maybe.
Okay. And then Costa Rica, he did a zip line also the year after the accident. Do you recall this?
I was not aware he did a zip line, no.
How about Europe? Also the year after the accident. Do you recall he went to Europe the year after the accident?
So I recall in 2017, he had tickets to go with Robin. Then things fell apart with that relationship, and so he went to Europe with my younger sister, Jenny.
So the answer is?
Yes, I'm aware he went to Europe.
He went to the Netherlands and Germany and Switzerland and Italy and France and Belgium.
Correct. I believe so.
The Netherlands, he went there 3 different times. Is that true?
Sounds correct.
And that's the year 2 and 3 after the accident.
Okay.
You with me? Like you have to say, I can't testify. Do you know that?
I was not aware he had gone 3 times. I was aware that he had traveled to the Netherlands.
More than once?
Into my recollection, twice.
Okay. Morocco.
Yes.
He twice visited Morocco.
That sounds correct.
Canary Islands. This is the year after, 2 years after the accident.
That was the same time I went to Morocco.
And the Canary Islands, I don't even know where those are. I should know. If they're not on a risk board, I don't know my geography. Do you know where it is?
I would have to look at a map or an atlas as well.
Okay. Thailand. He visited Thailand 3 years after the accident. Does this sound
with his
right?
friend Boyd.
And each of these times he'd take pictures and post them with him smiling at all these great tourist spots. Do you agree?
As you do.
Yes.
Yes.
Big smiles in front of a Buddhist temple, for instance, right?
Yeah, we don't tend to post pictures of ourselves sad and in closets. No, we don't. We tend to.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Like Eiffel Tower, Italy, the coast, all have big smiling pictures of Terry. True?
I haven't seen a lot of those photos that you're talking about. I think there were quite a bit of photos before the accident, too. I would want to make sure you could separate pre-accident, post-accident pictures.
Right, and you defer to your dad on that, right? If I asked him, like, does this state look right? And he says yes. I mean, he'd be the guy.
Possibly.
All right. So is it fair to say his travels did not suffer as a result of the ski collision?
Yes, you could say his travel companions might have suffered.
One clarification, Carlene, that's our girlfriend. I heard some comment that they were engaged, and then I never heard that from her, Carlene. To your knowledge, were they engaged?
I never heard that word or fiance used. I think that was their intent and plan. But
And then on the prostate cancer, I heard the word cured from plaintiff's counsel, but I actually never heard it from a witness. Do you know that, in fact, your dad is cured?
I cannot answer to that.
You've been very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Mr. Sykes?
I have 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Owens asked you about Sam Goldstein's comment about Terry being obsessed. Do you know why Terry is obsessed with this case? Do you know why?
It's a foundation overruled.
I think my dad is very principled, and I think not only was he injured, but I think this accident really hurt in a way that it hurt him in a way that somebody would just not care for him when he was injured. I think that his brain injury, he really does become consumed with things. And I think feeling like righting this wrong for him has really kind of consumed him. And he wanted to make it right. He wanted someone to at least apologize or acknowledge or be held accountable for their decision on that day.
Okay. Do you have any experience in mental health? And if so, tell the jury what it is.
Yeah, so I managed a mental health and substance use disorder clinic for several years.
In the Coeur d'Alene area?
Yeah, in St. Mary's, actually, for a FQHC there. So worked with people that were struggling mentally or with addiction. I ended up leaving just, during the pandemic. It got so that the demand was much greater than we could fill, and it was really a lot of people in crisis a lot of the time. So I thought I was going to just take a break, work with kids, get upstream a little bit, and feel like create some buoyancy. And I still might go back to working in the mental health field, but for now, I like what I'm doing.
Now, you and your sister both went to the University of Idaho in Moscow, right?
All three of us.
Three of us. And so Shay was a senior, you were a freshman?
That's right. We were roommates. She was a senior. I was a freshman. That didn't work out so good. She was like, you need to be home by 10. You got homework to do. And I was like, wait, you're not my mom. But we got through it. Yeah.
Did Jenny ever come visit you over there?
Yeah, she did. And we went home every chance we got to.
Okay.
It was hard. Our parents were going through the divorce. So myself at 18 and Shay at 21, it really felt like we left our little one behind. So yeah, we went back every chance we got.
You were quite close to her, right?
Yes.
Tell the jury about Jenny's mental health problems.
So let me begin by just saying she's one of my favorite people. But yeah, as probably a young adult, she was diagnosed with mental disabilities. She is on disability now.
Objection. Just a minute.
Sustained?
Do you know this for a fact about her diagnosis? And how do you know?
I could, because I'm her sister and we communicate with each other, and I know she's on disability now.
Your Honor, my objection was sustained, and we're just pretending it wasn't.
I'm asking what she said.
Objection is sustained. The answer is stricken, and the jury should disregard the response. Go ahead, Mr. Sykes.
Well, I need to be able to explore this because he did quite a bit. So, okay.
Up here for just a minute.
Your Honor, my objection is sustained. Yes.
Okay, would you tell the jury what your experience with mental health is in the clinic? What did you do there,
Yeah.
and what did you learn?
So we had 7 counselors and people that came in for, it would be outpatient mental health services, anything from depression to anxiety to schizophrenia to whatever they were working on.
Your Honor, is this foundation for an expert opinion she is not allowed to give?
Will you approach the bench, please?
Your Honor, my objection was again sustained.
Yes.
And then I just requested an opportunity to put this on the record at some later date. I mean, some later time after the jury's gone. Okay. All right. Tell me the kind of things that Jenny.
I just don't want to take the jury's time with arguing.
Oh yeah, we
back
understand
and
that.
forth. So go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Sykes.
we don't want to hold them up either. Tell me some of the things that you discussed with Jenny on the phone, and when you had meetings with her. What are some of the things you discussed with her?
Are you talking about like just our phone calls and
Yeah.
our catching? Yeah. So.
Particularly with respect to your dad.
Oh yeah, for sure. I saw her last month. I went over to Missoula for my birthday, and we took in a film festival, a documentary film festival together. So we got to visit a little bit about this upcoming trial. She was nervous.
This sounds like hearsay.
Sustained as to hearsay?
Not what she said, but just what you observed about her.
What I observed, I observed that she wasn't in a great mental place with us. She was
Expert opinion moved to strike. I think
as a sister, not as an expert.
Yeah, just a second. I want to hear the objection.
she was not in a good mental state. That's a expert opinion.
That's not
I think she can offer a lay opinion under Rule 701.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead. Offer your lay opinion, please.
Yeah, I was worried about her. I could tell that she was stressed out. She confided in me that her counselor had said,
You can't talk about what she maybe said
"Oh, okay,
to you,
all right."
But you're certainly able to talk about what you observed.
Yeah. Her cat Potts wasn't doing really great. She was worried about her cat. She was worried about taking time to get here.
And those would be communications.
And that's something I can share or no? So something I observed.
You can't relay information that you obtained from her verbally.
Okay.
You can, what you saw when you were with her, you can
Right.
talk about that.
Right.
But not what she told you.
Okay. I just really enjoyed my time with her, as I always do.
Did she appear to be under a lot of stress?
Yeah, she had some, heaviness about her.
Over the years, as you've heard her talk about your dad, okay, have her complaints and observations always been accurate in your opinion?
I think her mind, she has a creative way of seeing things. She was an art major. She's very visual, struggles with verbal communication. I think of everyone in the family, I do best with almost, I don't know if I can call it translating or interpreting and drilling down to what she's trying to say. There are times, though, when, and I don't want to speak for my other sister, Shay, but I can speak for myself when I've experienced that her understanding of a situation is very different than mine.
To strike that. We're getting it out of a lay perspective.
I think that is a lay opinion of, I mean, you need to lay the foundation based on her perception.
Okay.
So based on her reasonable perception, then it would qualify as a lay opinion?
Yeah, tell the jury, if you will, excuse me.
What you've observed about her perceptions. Lay a foundation for us.
Yeah. I mean...
Lots of meetings, lots of telephone calls. You talked about that.
Yeah. Well, we FaceTime quite a bit. Like I said, she's very visual, one of my favorite people to walk with, because she'll say things like, wow, stop, look at that, look at those colors together, you know. She sketches a lot. She has a whole nother way of seeing the world that sometimes is beautiful.
That's an expert opinion. Do we have to keep dealing with this?
She's laying a foundation for her perceptions.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's really cool when you can expand your way of understanding, right? And we're always kind of myopic. Like I see things how I see things, and you see things how you see things. So what I appreciate about Jenny is that she has another way of seeing things. And sometimes that is really difficult. Sometimes with communication, things get twisted or confused, and there's a lot of clarification that has to happen often. And
can we put on the record she is not here as a mental health expert, and she is not a mental health expert?
I think you can bring that out on cross-examination. This is a lay opinion of a sister about a sister, and nothing more. Go ahead, Mr.
I'm sorry you were interrupted. See if you can finish what your thought was.
Yeah, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm an expert on anything. What I can speak to is the fact that I have had a relationship with her for 41 years. You know, she's kind of my first baby. I was 6 when she was born. So I can just speak to that relationship and growing up with her.
You were saying, I think you said she had another way of perceiving things. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I think she has a unique way of looking at the world.
That's not always true?
Your Honor?
It's not always easy. Yeah.
Just a minute.
She can't make a credibility statement about her sister's thoughts.
Sustained.
Let me rephrase that.
And also sustained as to vagueness.
Okay. When you said another way of, I want to quote you correctly, another way of perceiving or understanding, you said that.
I did say that.
Now, what did you mean by that is my question.
It kind of comes back to Mr. Owens when I spoke with him earlier, and he was saying, so are you telling the truth or is she telling the truth? And I had a hard time answering that because I can speak to my own experience, but I am not in her lived experience with her, who she is, and I have not lived her life and her experience. I know her to be truthful. I've never heard her lie. So if she's communicating that to you, that is her understanding of the experience. Yes, we have had times, though, when she has saw something that I have not seen, or I would portray it as differently than her.
Based on your knowledge of her in the past few years, okay, and your knowledge of her over the years as her sister and one who loves her, are her perceptions always accurate?
They're not.
Hold on one second, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Owens.
I understand understand Jenny to be a perfectly lovely, well-spoken person. Do you?
She's lovely. I would not use the words well-spoken.
Did you read her 136-page deposition?
Am I allowed to?
Of course you are.
No, I have not read her deposition.
Well, I don't know if you are, but I didn't give it to you. I'm just wondering. Does it surprise you that question and answering were perfectly eloquent? The whole thing, for like hours and hours.
I object, Your Honor. She has no foundation to answer that question, and that's just a personal opinion.
Sustained.
Does it surprise you that Jenny could talk eloquently for hours and hours?
Same objection.
Sustained, it sounds like counsel's testifying.
Okay. She has a bachelor's degree, right?
Whoa, it's hard fought, but we got there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the answer?
Yes, is the answer.
She, I mean, it sounds like I'm defending your sister here, and you're not. So let's kind of talk about it.
No, because I will.
Objection, Your Honor. That's improper.
Yeah.
Overruled.
You said Jenny is truthful. Yes?
I've never known her to lie. Intentionally lie, no.
So, if she says your father violated boundaries she set for years, you defer to her?
Objection, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope, and he's already covered that in his.
Overruled.
I would say that's something my sister has communicated to me, is that it's something she really practices with my dad, is healthy boundaries.
And both the other sisters do too, right?
Yeah.
Set boundaries,
Yeah.
and sometimes he violates them.
I think
True.
all healthy relationships have to have boundaries. And yes, that has been, after the accident, definitely something that I struggle with my dad.
Is she telling the truth when she believes that your dad would exaggerate for money and celebrity?
Objection, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope. It's also, counsel.
Overruled.
She would be telling her truth.
I am winding up here. Is she telling the truth when she says he's deceptive?
Your Honor, I make the same objection. That's improper questioning.
I think we covered this before also, didn't we?
That's a new word.
Okay. Overruled.
I would say she's telling her truth.
Is she telling her truth when she says, I'm having a problem finding my quote on this. I apologize. Give me 1 second, please. He will get whatever monetary benefit he can in business, even if it's dishonest.
Objection, same. It's been gone through.
That's not a
And
quote, but it is a summary.
And it's totally irrelevant. It's improper questioning.
Overruled.
I don't know that to be true. Again, this is Jenny's deposition.
Is she telling the truth when she describes your dad as anal retentive?
I'm thinking that word came up with my older sister too, because she brought up that word, and I said, I don't even know what anal retentive means.
Jenny?
What does anal retentive mean? So, if you're talking like type A, in order and details, I would say that's true.
Okay, so let me make sure make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Is she telling the truth when she says he has anal retentive? He's anal retentive.
I would not call him anal retentive, no.
Okay, but both your sisters did, right? Shay said that too. Do you recall?
Shay said that the word anal retentive came up in her deposition, and I said it did not come up in mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't make it up.
Came from somewhere.
Okay, anal retentive has nothing to do with our bottoms. Is that true? Just to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
It's got the word anal in it.
I know. I don't like saying it.
Is that the definition?
I'll tell you what. I think it's obsessive, sort of. That's how I understand it. But and it is.
Sustained.
She asked me, but I'll be quiet.
Yeah, let's move on.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sykes, anything else? Okay.
What's up?
And council, please approach. So you're done with your questioning right now.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, I thought you were.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You answered some of Mr. Owen's last questions, that she's telling her truth. Define that for us, please. What does that mean?
I think human beings move through the world and we have our own understanding and experience of things. I think there's a neurodiversity that exists in this world, and there are different ways of understanding and experience. Like I said, I don't know Jenny to be untruthful. I think she sees the world in a curious, different way.
But that's not your truth.
No, it's not my experience. Those are not my experiences.
No further questions.
Would she get it wrong that she didn't talk to her dad for 13 years?
I believe that is wrong.
Overruled? Overruled.
So, you think she can be wrong?
Yeah, that sounds wrong to me from my knowledge and understanding. So if you want to clarify, you're saying that after she moved out, she never saw my dad for 13 years?
We'll defer to her testimony, but whatever she said. Okay. Thanks.
I forgot to ask you one question. 2017, your dad broke up with
Robin
Dale, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's beyond the scope here.
And she went to
Overruled. Go ahead and.
She went to. He took Jenny to Europe with him, didn't he?
That's correct.
Did they have a good time?
No, it was miserable.
Miserable.
I think at some point she sent me footage where the bearing had gone out on my dad's wheelie suitcase, and it was just an hour and a half of him like spinning the wheel trying to figure it out. And when I said, "How are things going?"
Couldn't fix that post-accident, huh?
No.
Owens?
Your Honor, I'm going to put this on the record because I think I misspoke. With Jenny, you said that you and your father didn't speak for 13 years after you graduated from high school. We spoke.
Your Honor, I object to this.
I'm correcting my error because I spoke in error. It says we spoke. It was just distant.
All right.
So I misspoke. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you can step down. You're still under subpoena, and so you need to be available for any further for testimony perhaps later in the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
She was subpoenaed only for today.
Well, I guess I'm extending it by order right now then.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. I was just reminded, I'm sorry, Ms. Gresham. You're still under the witness rule, meaning that you can't watch the proceedings, you can't sit in here, and you can't talk to other witnesses about the case. Thank you. Mr. Sykes?
Well, confer with more learned counsel. Just a minute. Your Honor, we're going to call Richard Boehm, medical doctor from Florida, by video because he had a wedding and could not come to the trial. And so,
A few minutes to set that up.
no, we're ready to go, but I mean, the jury might want a short break,
I think
5 or 7 minutes, something like that, I mean, whatever.
I think we're okay if,
Everybody get a break?
it's only been it's been less than 30 minutes. Thank you. And counsel, for the record, would you spell that witness's name? And that's an MD?
MD, PhD, biomedical engineer.
All right, thank you.
My name is Lance Harrison. I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Rossann Morgan. We represent Max Merritt, located in Salt Lake City, Utah. The time and day indicated on the Zoom feed is 12:11 p.m. Mountain Time, March 13th, 2023. This is the case of Terry Sanderson versus Gwyneth Paltrow, case number 1905-00048 in the 3rd Judicial District Court, Summit County, State of Utah. Counsel will now introduce themselves, and the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Lawrence Bueller for plaintiff Terry Sanderson.
James Egan for Gwyneth Paltrow, the defendant.
With me is also Robert Sykes.
I don't know, just myself, if I can ever get this thing turned on. Okay, Robert Sykes, also counsel for the plaintiff.
Doctor, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Bain, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Richard Bain, and that is spelled B-O-E-H-M-E.
Okay. And I'd like to just get some background and educational information. So, where were you born?
Huntsville, Alabama.
And where did you grow up?
Huntsville, Alabama.
And next, I'd like to hear about your education, starting with high school and then through universities, undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate school. Thank you.
I graduated from high school in Huntsville, Alabama, and went into the Navy. I graduated with honors with a Bachelor's of Science in Aerospace Engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy. I did my postgraduate work in nuclear engineering, and I served on board a number of nuclear submarines in the U.S. Navy as a nuclear trained engineering officer.
Any way we can turn it up, I would love.
During the application process in the U.S. Navy as a nuclear trained engineering officer, I resigned my commission to apply and go to medical school. During the application process, I worked as an advanced design aerospace engineer for the Morton Thiokol Corporation on the Star Wars project back in the 1980s. I matriculated into medical school at the University of Alabama School of Medicine in Birmingham. While I was there, I took a leave of absence to complete my PhD in biomedical engineering. And after I was conferred the PhD, I went back and completed the MD. And after I was conferred the MD degree, I went back on active duty in the Navy, and I conducted my internship in general surgery and my residency training in neurology at Bethesda Naval Hospital, located outside of Washington, D.C. While I was in the Washington, D.C. area, I worked at the Naval Undersea Research Laboratory. I taught the postdocs until my retirement in 2005. I became board certified in adult neurology, and I completed fellowship training in neuroradiology while I was in the Navy. I currently have a private practice in neurology in Jacksonville Beach, and that's about it, guys.
Okay. Can you explain your education more specifically in neurology and biomedical engineering?
Sure. Neurology is a subspecialty in medicine where the physician of record deals with patients that have disorders of the central, peripheral, and autonomic nervous systems. A biomedical engineer, well, the biomedical engineering field is a very broad field that brings the disciplines of medicine and engineering together. It ranges from genetic research to the design and implementation of artificial limbs and joints, monitoring equipment in the hospital, heart-lung machines, materials used for artificial limbs, teeth, these types of things. My particular specialty within the field of biomedical engineering is the study of complex fluid flow and the study of externally applied force application to the human.
That was.
I'm sorry, doctor. I just missed that last part.
The study of externally applied force application to the human.
Got it, to the human. Thank you, sorry.
You're welcome, sir.
Now I'd like to move on to training as a neurologist. How many years have you been practicing as a neurologist and training in neurology?
Over 30 years.
And what about how many years as a biomedical engineer?
I would say about the same period of time. I did that work in the Navy starting on or about 1989, so I guess that would qualify as 30 years.
Okay. Can you describe your hospital and clinical work?
Sure. I have hospital privileges at the St. Vincent's and Baptist Health Systems here in Jacksonville, Florida, which comprises 5 different hospitals. And then I have primarily an outpatient clinic in neurology, and I see patients 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And neurology patients comprise primarily of headache patients, trauma patients, patients with stroke, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, peripheral neuropathies, these types of things. So That's what I deal with on a daily basis.
How many times have you testified in court as an expert witness?
A lot. I would say in the private sector, it's over 100 times. When I was in the government, I used to testify on behalf of the government, i.e. the Navy, at different tribunals and that type of stuff. And I don't know the number of that, probably less than 50.
Are you compensated for your time as you prepare for and testify in court?
Yes, I am.
And what types of cases in the private sector do you testify?
Well, I get involved in what we refer to as personal injury cases, i.e. patients that have some type of medical malady as a result of an externally applied force application to some part of their body. I get involved in medical malpractice cases and also in product liability cases.
Okay. Does that include head trauma?
Yes, it does. And also, to be complete, every so often now that I'm retired from the Navy, I do get a government case from time to time. I would say maybe once per year.
Okay. I'd like to move to your professional specialties and interests. Other than what you've described, are there any other things like patients or brain injuries in general or concussion victims that you have specialties or interests in?
Well, I see patients that have closed head trauma, that have concussion symptoms ongoing, if you will. So I hope that answered your question.
And that is how it's done by a neurologist, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, some neurologists elect to specialize their clinic in certain disorders, if you will, but I don't. I'm more of a general neurologist. So in addition to the trauma patients, I see the other patients that I've already described.
Okay. What about your professional specialties in biomedical engineering? Anything else that you can tell us?
Well, I did that work in the Navy, and then when I came into the private sector, I got involved in the three types of cases. Well, actually, the two: personal injury and product liability. Medical malpractice deals with just neurology, but product liability cases, i.e., if a particular medical device fails for some reason, then I get called in to assess why it did that, if it in fact did do that, if you will. And then, of course, the personal injury aspect of it. This would be one of those types of cases.
Okay. So you mentioned personal injury. That would include closed head brain injury?
Yes, and spinal cord injuries, these types of things. Anything that involves the nervous system, and keep in mind that we have nerves that go to all parts of our body.
What is a closed head brain injury?
Well, closed head injury just means that the externally applied force to the head did not open up the head, i.e. you don't have an open skull fracture or anything like that. An example of an open head injury would be like a gunshot wound to the head. That would be an example of that.
Is that the same as a TBI or traumatic brain injury?
Well, closed head trauma just describes an externally applied force application to the head. Now, what it does to the brain, if you have any type of dysfunction of brain activity after the force application, we refer to that as a traumatic brain injury.
What is an MTBI?
M just means mild traumatic brain injury.
And what about post-concussive syndrome?
Post-concussion syndrome is just a description of a group of symptoms that make up a syndrome. Post-concussion implies that there's been some type of externally applied force application to the head that results in some type of brain dysfunction. And in classic terms, a post-concussion or a concussion is in fact a mild traumatic brain injury. However, you need to qualify that whether or not the concussion is permanent or not. Most concussions, most people that have concussive-like symptomatology from a blow to the head, the most common of which is a headache, will resolve quickly over time. And the trauma literature is pretty specific in this description. 95% of people that have a closed head injury that have concussive symptomatology resulting from that will return back to their baseline normal within 1 year, 95% of the time. So that still leaves 5% of those that don't. So you have to qualify whether or not the concussion or the concussive symptomatology is permanent or not.
Okay, regarding the group that does not recover within a year, what are the problems that typically persist?
Well, keep in mind that your brain is your whole being. So you can have any type of symptom relating to brain function. Keep in mind that the study or the field of neurology was learned stroke by stroke. So to give you some examples, if you lost eyesight as a result of a blow to the head, that would be a brain injury because you lost your eyesight. You can have paralysis, you can have double vision, you can have vertigo or imbalance, you can have hearing loss, you can have disorders of mentation, such as memory loss, intermittent confusion. The most common symptom after a blow to the head would be a headache. So people will describe different types of headache syndromes as a result of blow to the head.
Okay. In your career, about how many adults of Terry's age have you treated or evaluated for brain injury? Terry was 69 at the time.
Well, I don't keep track of that data. It's been quite a few, I would imagine, over time. Our neurology group was the group that provided neurological services to our professional football team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, for a couple of years. So in the younger population, we saw it all the time, but in that particular age group, it's going to be less common because the prevalence of closed head injury in elderly individuals is less, with the exception of patients that have Parkinson's disease. People with Parkinson's disease lose their ability to control their center of gravity, so they have a tendency to fall. And also they have a tendency of not being able to protect themselves when they fall, i.e. put their hands in front of their face. So we see a disproportionate amount of patients that have Parkinson's disease that end up falling, striking their head on the ground, and then having any varying degree of brain injury as it relates to that fall.
We've asked you to review the case of plaintiff Terry Sanderson. I'd like you to explain what you have reviewed and relied on in this case. For example, did you meet with Mr. Sanderson?
Yes, I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Sanderson in my office on April 28th, 2021.
And what was the primary reason you were asked, or you asked to see Mr. Sanderson?
Well, whenever I get involved in these types of matters, I insist on seeing the patient for two reasons. To get there, keep in mind that the patient is the repository of all information from which a healthcare provider is going to come up with a medical differential diagnosis and ultimately a final diagnosis. So you got the source in front of you, but also I had the medical records. So I was able to corroborate the medical records with Mr. Sanderson and then get his description of the events leading to his condition. And then, of course, I performed a physical examination on him as well.
Okay. What were the medical records, as you recall, that you reviewed in this case?
Fortunately, I have them listed here because I don't commit all this to memory. I have the incident report from the actual event, the Park City Instacare, that's like an urgent care facility. I have the VA medical records. I have imaging, x-rays and a CT scan. Then I have Dr. Goldstein's records. I have Dr. Wendell's records, or Dr. Wendell Gibby's records, that is. Dr. Alana Fong records. And then I have numerous deposition transcripts. And that includes a Mr. Ramon, a Ms. Gresham, Sanderson, Harath, Davidson, and Smith. And then I have deposition testimony from Mr. Sanderson, a Ms. Paltrow, and Eric Christensen, Sam Goldstein, and Dr. Fong. And so those are the materials that I reviewed.
What do you recall about Miss Carlene Davidson, the former girlfriend of Terry Sanderson?
Well, that there was a significant change in Mr. Sanderson as it relates to the incident back in 2016.
Some of these depositions or these witnesses, we call them before and after witnesses. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
What is the significance to you of the before and after witnesses that are that you reviewed in this case?
Well, there is a type of patient that we see commonly in our practice that may not give us a consistent or inconsistent history and may not have insight into their own problems. And I'm referring to patients that have like dementia, these types of things. And so the healthcare provider has to rely upon witness history from close observers, like a family member, a spouse, a coworker, to get the history. This is one of the problems that we have as neurologists, especially with patients that we're initially evaluating for Alzheimer's dementia. It is almost universal that it is a loved one or a close associate that brings that patient in for evaluation, where the patient has very little insight into the problems that are seen by others. So witnesses can be exceedingly helpful in obtaining historical information on a patient.
Does Terry Sanderson have Alzheimer's or dementia in your opinion?
No.
What is the importance of some of these before and after witnesses whose depositions you reviewed to your understanding of the problems?
Well, if you have a situation where there is brain dysfunction from a specific event, i.e. there's a stepwise decline in functioning, and it doesn't have to, it's any type of functioning, the close observer is going to be in a position to be able to relate the change or the magnitude of the change in the symptoms in the patient at hand, whereas the patient may not be able to express those changes to the healthcare provider. So before and after witnesses can be exceedingly helpful in those types of cases.
And you understand Terry Sanderson was involved in a ski crash, correct?
That's correct.
So do you recall reviewing records by and the deposition of Whitney Smith, a ski patroller at Deer Valley?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll get to that later. I'd just like to go through the list of things that you reviewed.
Sure.
Next, did you review some of the defense expert reports, the reports that were produced by the defendant, Gwyneth Paltrow?
I did see some correspondence relating to those reports, yes, and I reviewed those.
Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen and show you the it's Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit 1. Just give me a second. And this is the Deer Valley Resort Company Incident Report Form. Do you see that at the top?
Yes, I do.
And it's dated February 26, 2016. You see that too?
Yes, I do.
Do you also see that it indicates the incident or the time was 12 o'clock? I assume noon because...
Yes, it's noon. I'm not familiar with night skiing.
There is night skiing, but not at Deer Valley, I don't believe, and not that late. And it involves Terry Sanderson. And I'm just going to highlight a few things. Well, it's not letting me highlight. Let's see if I can highlight it here. Oops. There it is. Now it is. Do you see that blue highlight?
Yes, I do.
It says it's under insured's description of the incident, correct?
Yes.
What does it say?
I think it's injured.
Was hit from behind.
Okay, I'm going to go to page 2 of Exhibit 1. And do you see under, next to the question, what did you do? I'm going to try to highlight it, but can you read that for the record, please?
Certainly. He was assessed to have a mild disorientation and rib pain on the right side, and then he was transported via toboggan to the screening facility, I would imagine. And then on reassessment, he was still disoriented.
Okay.
I'm just going to register an objection to the degree that that did not read into the record exactly what is written in that answer.
Okay. Yeah, what is the, why is that, what we just reviewed in this Exhibit 1, why is it important? Does it confirm head trauma and broken ribs, you believe, for example?
Well, the clinical description of rib pain certainly is consistent with fractured ribs on the right side, which was later determined. And the disorientation tells me that he did not have volitional, meaningful interaction with this environment. So there is an element of loss of consciousness involved here.
And what is the significance of loss of consciousness?
Well, a loss of consciousness is certainly dysfunction of the brain. I mean, obviously, people aren't on a ski slope unconscious unless something happens to them. So this is certainly an aberrancy of brain function.
Okay. Just to go through the exhibits at the beginning instead of later, I'm going to go through another exhibit. This will be plaintiff's trial exhibit number 4. And do you see this exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind looking at that, and in particular the report that I just highlighted in blue.
States he lost consciousness and ski patrol responded.
Okay. What is the significance of this report, which apparently occurred the same day as the ski crash, to you? What does this mean as an expert?
Well, it's just documenting what happened to him. So he had a loss of consciousness.
Okay. And like I said, I'm just going through these to make sure you're familiar with them, because I'd like to discuss what they mean to your opinions, or to form your opinions. Next, I'm going to show you trial exhibit 5. Do you see this exhibit? And if you can, please describe it.
It's a progress note and from the emergency department, and the visit was February 27th. And then his chief complaint was a ski accident yesterday with positive LOC, which means loss of consciousness, for approximately 5 minutes. He states he has a slight headache today and being more irritable, and he is also complaining of right lateral rib pain that is worse with inspiration, i.e. breathing, and he denies any neck pain.
Okay, again, why is this record important to your opinions?
Well, it's consistent with what happened with yesterday, and he still has the right, the rib pain. So it's just consistent with the history that was previously given.
I'm just going through is there anything about this record that you think is important to discuss about your opinions today?
Oh, it's just the history.
Judge, I think some people may be having trouble seeing that. I wondered if we could have permission to have them move up to the front or something so they can see it if they want, because it is a little bit small.
Are any members of the jury having a difficult time reading the exhibit or any of the exhibits? If you are, please, you can move to these closer chairs, or you can certainly walk around front. Feel free to do that. Okay? All right.
He basically had an unremarkable exam. And the history tells the story.
Okay. Finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 7, which is the last exhibit we'll show right now. And can you describe this Exhibit 7?
It's a progress note from February 29, 2016.
And where I've highlighted, um, oh wait, not the, that's too much. Let's see if I can. Okay, the part that's highlighted, what is the significance of that?
Once again, is the history. Mr. Sanderson did comment on his injury sustained on the 26th, where he had loss of consciousness after a skier impact, and he has been experiencing foggy feeling along with mood change.
Okay, I believe this record, well, I may have to return to one of the other exhibits. I think it's Exhibit 5. That's the longer one. And in particular, I'd like you to look at the page 4 of Exhibit 5. And are you able to see this record?
Yes, I am. It's a radiology report.
Can you explain the significance of this record?
Well, it documents the injury on the right side of his chest, responsible for the pain and increased pain when he was breathing. And basically it shows under impression acute fractures of the right 4th through 7th lateral ribs with minimal displacement of the 4th and 6th ribs.
So does this mean he broke 4 ribs in this ski crash?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Be a good place to take a last break. Okay, let's take a short break and then we'll come back for the last session.
Not, it's a 2-hour, 2-hour 19 minutes.
One more hour left.
Well, think we'll make it? Yeah. Okay, well, we may, that'd be great.
Well,
Got it.
there's
Make it
another,
quick.
well, actually, there's another.
Move faster, though.
I assume there are no objections to rule
There's
on.
actually, there is another piece to this.
Okay,
Well,
I have longer.
if an objection wasn't made, it's waived, right? It's trial.
right.
Yeah, we've already said,
Understood that.
we've already said we can watch the whole thing.
The jury's on their way. Yes. So the jury's agreed to stay late to finish this, according to the bailiff?
It's, the whole thing is about 2 minutes, 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, and there's another part to this video.
If they could stay,
Never mind then, we'll just stop at 5.
yeah. I wouldn't mind, but I think they would be a little surprised.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier because I was just going off this video.
I was also.
Yeah, I forgot there was a second.
They broke it up when we took a break for the last before we. I mean, we're happy to go without any cross, but we think it'd be unfair.
We wouldn't mind.
Jury will.
And then I'll want to go over our witness lineup for tomorrow.
Yeah. That's very simple.
Go ahead.
Shay Harith. Mark Harith.
Yes.
Terry Sanderson.
Yes.
And Gwyneth Paltrow if there's time.
Okay. So Terry first before Gwyneth.
And I want to put you on the witness stand and ask you a few questions about shady trial tactics. Is that okay?
Anal.
All right, thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. And I know I had the bailiff talk to you about timing, and the lawyers have informed me that we were all wrong about this, and it's going to take a little longer, so we will break at 5 or a few minutes after 5 today. So, thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay, I'm going to go back to that Exhibit 5. Sorry, I took it off the screen. There's another report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Another radiology report. Can you tell us what that means to you?
It's a radiology report of the CT scan of the brain without contrast.
And what are the findings that you see?
Well, the pertinent findings is that there was a prominent ventricular system enlargement with associated atrophy or shrinkage of the brain, if you will. And there was, more importantly, there was no evidence of a hemorrhage or a brain bleed on the CT scan since he was experiencing symptoms consistent with a concussion. So obviously you want to rule out some type of abnormal finding within the brain. You do that with, in an emergent setting, you do that with a CT scan, which was done here. So basically, from a traumatic standpoint, there was no abnormal findings, i.e. like a skull fracture or bleeding within the brain.
When you say emergent, that means emergency?
Yes, I mean, most emergency rooms are equipped with a CT scan for that reason, to look for fracture and hemorrhage. So if you really need something more than that, like an MRI of a particular anatomical structure, then usually that's scheduled on an outpatient basis.
Down below under impression, number 2, it says, I'll let you read it. Oops, I'm going to try to highlight this. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In your own words, can you explain what this means?
Well, the prominent ventricular system discordant with mild volume loss suggests an anatomical finding of NPH, which stands for normal pressure hydrocephalus, and it says in the appropriate clinical setting. So you have to clinically correlate these findings with the patient.
Does this mean, Doc, was this number 2 that you just discussed, is that related to the ski crash injury?
No.
So you had one clinical interview with Terry Sanderson, correct?
Yes, it did.
And that was in your clinic.
Yes, it was.
How did you clinically assess Terry's TBI symptoms?
Well, basically, they are mild, if that's what you're looking for. But basically, he has an ongoing, from his history, he has an ongoing post-concussive symptoms.
Does mild mean that it's insignificant?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the symptoms. Like I said, your brain is your entire being, so someone can lose, for example, eyesight in one eye, but if you're a surgeon, then you're done, if you know what I mean. But if you engage in other activities, you could probably continue on with just monocular vision. But for a surgeon, you really need both eyes to perform surgeries. And that would be an example.
So how did you corroborate that Terry Sanderson had a TBI, or traumatic brain injury?
All from his concussion. A concussion defines a TBI, traumatic brain injury. So it's like I said before, the issue becomes whether or not the symptoms are permanent or not. And that's where his medical records, i.e. ongoing medical care by his treating physicians and the so-called before and after witnesses come into play to corroborate the time course of those symptoms.
Okay, next I'd like to ask you about your opinions in this case, especially those involving the injuries he suffered and what they mean from the ski crash of February 26, 2016. So first I'd like to address the concussion. What are your opinions regarding the concussion?
Well, that he sustained a concussion, and that came from the closed head trauma from the ski accident.
What are your opinions as to the cause of the TBI?
Well, basically his head struck the ground, and that would be the force application that would result in the closed head injury, resulting in the TBI.
What are your conclusions or opinions regarding the rib fractures?
Well, that, once again, that came from his contact with the ground. From the ski accident, that is.
Okay. Well, based upon your biomedical engineering and the physics, tell us what this can indicate regarding the cause of his fall to the ground.
Well, the falling to the ground resulted from his center of gravity being shifted outside of his torso. So he had it drew him to the ground. And so the question becomes, what caused that shift in his center of gravity, causing him to fall to the ground? And that was, since he fell to the right side, that was an impact from, or an externally applied force application from his left side. And that's what caused it.
Okay. Now, does this indicate that Terry Sanderson was hit from behind?
Well, yes, it does. I mean, if you got a witness saying that he was struck from behind, but suffice it to say, the force application came from behind and from the left side, causing him to go over onto his right side. And that's where that impact did not result, that first impact did not result in rib fractures or concussion. It was his contact with the ground that resulted in the injuries that we see in the medical records.
Okay. Can you explain how your understanding of force application show this?
Well, the biggest thing is that when you fall to the ground and you have evidence of rib fractures on the lateral side of your torso, then obviously there was a force application directly to the ribs in that location. And so when you fall to your right side, your elbow or your arm gets in the way between your chest wall and the ground. And so the hard object would be you, i.e. your arm and elbow, making contact with the ribs, resulting in the rib fracture. And then very, very shortly after that, then you strike your head against the ground as well.
Does this explain or show that Terry Sanderson was hit from behind by Gwyneth Paltrow?
Well, I don't know who, I guess it was her that struck him, but yes, it does show that he was struck from behind and went forward to the right, you know, causing those injuries upon impact with the ground.
Well, can you walk us through the engineering and physics, unless you've already explained it?
Well, well, you can put numerical values on this because we are subjected, everyone on this planet is subjected to the Earth's gravitational pull. We refer to that as gravity, and that is 1G. So it attracts us to the Earth. So we as humans, we maintain primarily an erect posture. And so if you shift your center of gravity where that outside of your torso, you have a tendency to fall unless you're holding on to something. So you will fall to the ground, okay? And so you can calculate the time it takes to fall to the ground for different body parts that, you know, depending on his height. And so you can appreciate that when you fall like this, your ribs are located around here, your head's up here, so actually your ribs are going to hit first and followed by your head. But it takes a certain amount of time to do that, and that's, you know, falling basically like a free fall, if you will. So it takes less than a half a second for that to occur. And you can, there's a term we like to use in physics called kinetic energy. And when you calculate the kinetic energy over a distance, we refer to that as work done. And so you can calculate the kinetic energy that's imparted upon different body parts, knowing where those body parts are and how they struck the ground. And so in Mr. Sanderson's case, the history from witnesses or a witness was that there was a person on top of him that fell to the ground along with him. That would impact the force application to his ribs, but not to his head, okay, because the person wasn't sitting on his head as he fell to the ground. So when you do the calculation, it turns out to be about 4,000 newtons of impact force to the ribs, which is enough to cause a rib fracture, and that's consistent. Now with the head, that's a different calculation as well for obvious reasons, because the mass of the head is much different from the mass of Mr. Sanderson with Ms. Paltrow on him as he's falling to the ground. So when you do those calculations, and keeping in mind he was also wearing a helmet, and so that helmet served to absorb some of the energy transferred to the brain. So when you strike the ground, you have a kinetic energy calculation as well. And so you determine the velocity, you know the mass of the head, and you know the distance between the brain and the outer scalp, and the distance of the helmet is about 2 inches. So that all comes into play. Now keep in mind, if he wasn't wearing a helmet, the force application to his head would be much higher. In fact, about 3 times higher. So the helmet did serve its purpose of absorbing some of the blow, if you will, in layman's terms. But that calculation turned out to be about 240 newtons of impact force. And that is assuming that he fell on level ground. Now, I understand that ski slopes have some type of incline. I don't know what that is in this particular case. Any incline would make the calculation more severe because he would have fallen further. And so the distance traveled on a fall increases the velocity, which is proportional to the square of the velocity. The kinetic energy is proportional to the square of the velocity in these types of calculations. For all intents and purposes, fall to level ground with 240 newtons of impact force to the brain.
So the newtons are the force that was applied, a physics term, correct?
Yes, it is a physics term, and it is the force application to the brain.
So the force that was applied, let's start with the ribs first. And on the right side, indicate that Mr. Sanderson was hit from behind or the side, and with Ms. Paltrow landing on top of him, that shows that it's much more likely than not that he was hit by Ms. Paltrow.
Well, he was hit by someone from the side and from behind. Keep in mind that that person also landed on him. So it's usually people that just fall to the ground, do not suffer rib fractures. And the reason being is that there's not enough energy being transferred to the rib. It takes something else, and the something else would be someone falling with them on top of them. And that would certainly be enough to do it, at least in this case, assuming that a person weighed around 130 pounds. That would certainly be enough force to do that.
So the rib injuries, would you use the analogy that they're kind of like looking at the bumper of a car that was involved in a rear-ended collision where another car rear-ended the car, and they help show what the injury might be and how it was caused?
Well, the rib injury really depicts how the injury occurred, what happened, not the head trauma. The head trauma was just a result of the fall. Okay, I mean, that's independent of anyone being on top of him, falling to the ground. The fact that he fell to the ground and struck his head is responsible for the head trauma. The ribs tell us how it happened because there's only really one way in this particular scenario that there could have been enough force application to fracture those ribs. Now, if there were no rib fractures, you wouldn't be able to say how this fall occurred.
So does this indicate who hit whom?
Well, yes, if you had a choice between Mr. Sanderson hitting Miss Paltrow or Miss Paltrow hitting Mr. Sanderson, you would have to pick Miss Paltrow hitting Mr. Sanderson from behind and falling on top of him to account for the rib fracture.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If you were to compare two scenarios, Mr. Sanderson striking Miss Paltrow or Miss Paltrow striking Mr. Sanderson and falling to the ground, there's only one scenario that would account for enough force application to fracture those ribs, and that would be Miss Paltrow striking Mr. Sanderson from behind and then falling on top of him down towards the right side onto the right side of his torso.
So you did consider the possibility that Terry could have hit Miss Paltrow?
Well, yes, I considered a number of different scenarios. Not only that, but the possibility of a rotational effect both ways. Terry Sanderson striking Miss Paltrow from behind and then rotating in such a way to the ground. Could that account for the rib injuries, and vice versa? Miss Paltrow striking Mr. Sanderson from behind and rotating, in such a way. I took those into consideration, and those were eliminated for a number of reasons. But the biggest one is it takes a half a second to fall to the ground, and to rotate in such a way that you strike your ribs onto the ground over your elbow would indicate that, let's say that Mr. Sanderson struck Miss Paltrow from behind and rotated, and she fell on top of him as a result of the rotational effect. Mr. Sanderson would have had to generate the initial rotational force to cause that rotation in order for him to land beneath Miss Paltrow. Okay, and then in so doing, he would have landed on his back. Now keep in mind that if you're going to rotate 180 degrees in less than half a second, that's basically a rotational rate of between 360 and 400 degrees per second. Now, having dealt with athletes all my life, I've dealt with swimmers or divers. Divers have a difficult time even generating that type of rotational rate when they do their complex dives. So Mr. Sanderson certainly would not be able to generate that rotational component and land underneath Miss Paltrow. Then vice versa, if Miss Paltrow struck Mr. Sanderson from behind and rotated around, then that would have been at an even more increased rotational rate for Mr. Sanderson to be underneath Miss Paltrow for those ribs to fracture. And then again, more likely than not, he would have landed on his back and not his side. And then the last consideration is they both had their skis on. To be able to do that type of rotation, you would expect skis to come off, and they didn't. So that was kind of the analysis I did with regards to rotational effects. Keep in mind that it's a very, very short period of time between contact and striking the ground.
So you're saying it's nearly impossible that Terry Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow to cause this ski crash?
Well, yes, I mean, I went through all of those scenarios, unless there is some other descriptor that I am not aware of and did not take into consideration. The only possible way would have been Ms. Paltrow striking Mr. Sanderson with the eye.
So you're saying this hit from behind is about the only way his ribs could have broken the way they did?
Yes.
So you're saying from a physics standpoint, Terry's injuries would not have occurred if he had hit Miss Paltrow and skied between her skis, for example?
The mere fact of him just striking her, that's not enough energy being transferred to the ribs to result in the rib fracture. And neither is Ms. Paltrow striking Terry from behind. That contact in of itself is not going to result in rib fracture. It's the actual landing on the ground that resulted in the rib fracture.
So the ribs and the way they were fractured are a clear sign that Terry Sanderson was hit from behind.
Yes, I mean, that's what my analysis points to. And like I said before, I analyzed different scenarios and took that into consideration as well.
Including the theory of the rotation?
Yes, I did that as well. And there is just no way it could have happened in any other scenario, if you will, other than being struck from behind on the left side, driving your center of gravity to the right, resulting in the fall to the ground to the right side.
Okay, we've been going almost an hour, or about an hour. Why don't we take a short break and continue after the break? Thank you.
Okay, go on record. The time is 1:10. Okay, back on record. The time is 1:28.
Dr. Boehm, why don't you tell the jury about the concussion that Terry suffered in this ski crash? As a practicing neurologist, what are the typical symptoms of a concussion?
Well, the most common one is headache. And then you can have any number of other symptoms to include disorientation, confusion, not interacting correctly, some irritation, that kind of stuff. And now, obviously, if you have more severe injuries, you can actually have like paralysis, loss of vision, these types of things. But suffice it to say, the most common is a headache, and followed by a number of other things that may or may not accompany the headache.
Yeah, based on what you've read and what you've seen in your exam, did Terry have some of these symptoms?
Yes, he did, and he reported those to me, which were consistent with medical records, and so I had no reason to refute that, but I would certainly defer all those findings to his treaters.
Could you tell the jury, do you think Terry was malingering, magnifying, or faking any of his symptoms?
He didn't appear that way to me, no.
Okay, returning to the concussion, I've got a model here. brain, and you can see that. Can you tell the jury how a concussion occurs, such as the one Terry suffered in this crash?
Well, a concussion results from the application or a blow to the head in layman's terms, basically an externally applied force application that gets transferred to the brain. You can appreciate that, excuse me for just 1 second. I have one of these too.
Okay.
You can appreciate that the brain lies within the skull table. This is the skull, and that's the hardest bone that we have. But the brain is not hard like bone. It's like a gelatinous, if you were able to ever to hold one, it's like a Jell-O with stuff, carrot sticks or whatever in there. It's a unique consistency, if you will. And I'm talking about a live brain because as part of my residency, we did do brain surgery. So the brain is very, what we call friable, soft, and so it moves, okay? It's a fluid. And so if your head moves or your skull moves, the brain will move into the opposite direction and then have a tendency to rebound back to the other side. And that's based on Newton's first and third law as well. The first law being an object will remain at rest or in constant motion unless acted upon by an externally applied force. And then the third law is for every force application, there's an equal and opposite force application. And so the brain is going to move in opposite direction of the skull. So it's going to make contact with the bony table within the skull. So it's going to compress, then expand, and then compress again. So the French refer to that as a coup, contre coup type of situation. So you can actually get injury from that. And so if you fall face forward, down, the brain is going to compress downwards and then rebound backwards. So you can see that the front part of the brain, and you can appreciate that underneath here, you got all these complex bony structures. So the bottom part of the brain is going to be exposed to that sudden change in direction as well. So you can have symptoms, any number of symptoms from that. So if you have frontal lobe issues, you can have executive dysfunctioning, motivational issues, you can have behavioral issues, and then the subcortical or the underneath side of the brain, you can have memory issues, that kind of stuff. So, and then you can appreciate that all parts of the brain are kind of interconnected, okay? So you can have issues from those interconnecting fibers being affected as well. So that's what the externally applied force application does to the skull that is transferred to the brain.
Okay. So these forces that the brain is coup contre coup or sloshing around in the skull, that's my term. Did something like that happen to Terry?
Well, yes. I mean, whenever you have a force application, the possibility, certainly you have the coup, which is the direct hit, and then you can have rebounding as well. And you don't know whether you get injury from one or the other. It's generally thought that the contre coup injury tends to be more severe in most individuals, but that's not always the case. But suffice to say, if you have 240 newtons of impact force to the brain, that's certainly enough to cause some dysfunction of the brain. Now, does it guarantee dysfunction? No, no. You can't, and what I'm saying here is just because you're exposed to an externally applied force to the head of 240 newtons doesn't guarantee brain injury. You have to clinically correlate that with the patient's medical records and the patient himself. So that has to be done first before you go back and do the calculations to see if the force application was proper in both direction and magnitude to result in those injuries.
So when you say clinically correlated, does that, how does that affect your opinions?
Well, I will tell you this, you don't have any opinions if you don't have clinical correlation. You see what I'm saying? Without the medical aspect of this, you don't know. If someone came up to me and said, well, this person was exposed to 240 newtons of impact force against his head, what's his diagnosis? Well, I couldn't tell you. Not without knowing what the symptoms are, and in the case if that patient has medical records, then you want to peruse the medical records to see how his symptoms progressed over time and how they did not respond to different treatment paradigms that were offered to the patient. So clinical correlation is absolutely critical in assessing these types of situations.
And there was clinical correlation that you observed or saw or determined yourself?
Well, yes, I looked at the medical records, and upon questioning Mr. Sanderson in my office on April 28, 2021, he corroborated the medical records. So he was consistent with the medical records. So I had no reason to dispute either him or the medical records.
Would you say his head injury or concussive injury is permanent at this point?
Well, that has always been the issue here, whether or not the concussion is permanent or temporary. The fact that his symptoms have lasted from a neurological sense greater than 18 months, we regard that as being permanent. And you can see that as of 6 years after the event when I saw him, he still had these symptoms. So his symptoms have been indicative of a permanent condition.
A permanent brain injury?
Yes, I mean, he has a mild TBI or a permanent concussive disorder.
Okay. You mentioned some things involved with executive function and other things, and he's exhibited all of those problems too.
Yeah, I mean, he does. Now, to what extent, I can't tell you. I wasn't going to provide any opinions with regards to his level of functioning as it relates to this mild TBI, but he does have the mild TBI. But the extent to which I'm not going to comment on, because I'm not one of his treating physicians, nor am I one of his before and after witnesses.
In this collision, how would you explain that Ms. Paltrow has fewer symptoms of problems, if at all, from this ski crash?
Well, first of all, I haven't reviewed any medical records for Ms. Paltrow, so I do not, I cannot opine on that, other than by falling on top of him, he provides a cushioning effect against her in the ground. So from a force application, an externally applied force application standpoint, less force was applied to her than to him.
So is another way of saying Terry Sanderson provided a cushion? He took the force for her fall?
Yeah, in essence, I mean, basically he was like a cushion, if you will.
And earlier we discussed before and after witnesses being clinically important for a diagnosis of concussion and TBI. That's lasted longer than 18 months. How would you describe these before and after witnesses, such as his daughters or his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend?
Well, they certainly describe a change in his overall makeup from before and after this event. Now, how it affects him directly, once again, I'm going to defer to others for that, but certainly there is before and after witness testimony reflecting that.
And those before and after witnesses are important to determine the nature and extent of his injuries?
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I mean, like I said before, whenever you have this type of situation or this type of patient that presents to you, often it is the witnessed account that is important.
Let's talk about Terry's pre-existing medical condition. It's been brought up in that one exhibit with the x-rays or radiology that was reported shortly after the crash, within a few days, that he had NPA and enlarged ventricles. You recall that, correct?
Yes, NPH.
Or sorry, NPH. I wrote it wrong. My spelling was incorrect. NPH. What is the significance of NPH being a condition he had prior to the crash, and how it affects your opinions today? If you could explain that to the jury.
Normal pressure hydrocephalus is a condition that is manifested clinically by a triad: dementia, ataxia, which means loss of balance, and incontinence. And it develops slowly over time. And we see this from a radiological standpoint as enlarged ventricles on either the CT scan, but more appropriately the MRI. And so when you see this in that clinical setting, then you want to do one of two things, or preferably both. You do a spinal tap to see if you have increased intracranial pressure on the spinal tap, and we have manometers that we attach to the needle going into the back to measure that pressure in millimeters of water. And if it is elevated, i.e. greater than 200 millimeters of water, then the treatment of choice is to actually do a burr hole in the head and stick a catheter into the lateral ventricle, and then trace a drain all the way down through the neck into his stomach, if you will, abdomen, to drain off excess spinal fluid, i.e. reducing the pressure. And we call that an interventricular shunt placement, which I have done a number of times in the past. And so that is the treatment for it. But you don't want to do that unless you don't do it based on just the radiological findings. You want to have the clinical. Any intracranial image has to be clinically correlated to the patient. So if you don't have those symptoms, then you don't want to be putting holes in people's heads without having symptoms. So in this particular case, he did not have the diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus before this fall, even though he had a suggestion of that in the differential from a radiological standpoint. So that's where the clinical correlation comes into play.
So he did not have the 3 clinical symptoms of NPH, is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, dementia, ataxia, and incontinence are pretty noteworthy symptoms to have, and these people tend to present as they develop over time. They tend to present to medical attention rather quickly, if you know what I mean.
Okay. So the ski crash injuries he suffered, they're not attributable to his findings radiologically of NPH. Is that correct?
That's correct. No, they're not.
Now, I'd like to turn you to the defense experts. You've read some or all of, I think most of the reports of the defense experts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Some of them were quite brief, isn't that correct?
Well, yes, in fact, I do like brevity, but yes, they got to the point.
Okay. And you've reviewed the...
Sorry, Lawrence. Sorry, Lawrence. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm trying to figure out a good time to interrupt here, but I just want to register an objection to any opinions that Dr. Bain could have provided in his deposition and did not. And you can proceed.
Okay. Well, since your deposition, you've reviewed the defendant's disclosure of Irving Scher. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, just the disclosure. I haven't reviewed any report or anything from them.
Okay. It's our understanding that he's a biomechanical expert. Is that your understanding?
Well, that's what's been told to me.
Sounds like we're getting into a new area. That would be a good time to take a recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. So thank you. Remember to please keep the court's admonition not to do any of your own research, not to discuss the case with anyone, avoid seeing, reading, or listening to any news reports about the case. Have a nice evening.
On the record, we had a bench conference. I wanted to ask Polly Gresham questions about her sister, Jenny Sanderson. And what I would have elicited, had I been allowed, is that Jenny has a schizophrenic, I think it's called typal, T-Y-P-A-L diagnosis, and has a lot of psychological problems from that. Now, I'm not posing her as an expert, but as a layperson who knows her very well and knows the kind of problems that she has.
I have a concern with this being nationally publicized without the permission of this patient, with a pretty explosive statement that I've never seen one iota of evidence. I don't think, and specifically, Mr. Sykes does not represent Jenny, and unless he has written permission to make these disclosures to an even international audience, I'm pretty troubled by it. I think it's a big violation of this woman's privacy.
I agree. If we're going to make a statement, I mean, if you want to make a record, I think we should make a record, but we should do it in camera.
Well, okay, let's do that.
All right. So if we could please go ahead and clear the courtroom, we'll take 5 minutes so that the press gets turned off. We clear the courtroom, and then you can make your offer of proof.
Yeah, and secondly, I can make this publicly. We never subpoenaed Polly Gresham officially. We gave her a subpoena so she could show it to her employer if she needed to. But we expected that she would come. If she didn't come, we were without, you know. We had a deposition. And so she was to appear today, excuse me, and when she finished, you ordered her to come back next week. Now, I think that's improper. She has a lot of other things going on in her life, her job, etc., and I don't think she should have to stay around. Now, if you disagree and you have the black robe and I do not, okay, then we ought to have an agreement that she can appear via Zoom. But I don't think she has an obligation under the facts I've given you to be forced to return here next week.
And as I indicated earlier, I mean, I asked her if she would have any problem remaining under the subpoena, and she didn't voice that at that time. I realized I put her on the spot. So if she, and you're not representing her.
She voiced it to me.
And you're not representing her.
No.
And so if she would like to be released from the subpoena or have its terms changed in some way, she can certainly request that.
Well,
listen to all sides and make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Let's have her come in. And then I guess if there's anything else we should do before we close the hearing.
Well, do we have a piece of paper that says what Mr. I think we should wait till says is true about this woman's health?
I guess let's cover that in the in-camera part of the hearing.
I
think that the audience ought to know, it may not be true.
In Terry Sanderson's deposition, he indicated as such. So there is an iota. There is an iota. There is an iota of indication of this in Terry Sanderson's deposition about his daughter.
I read it two days ago. It does not say that word.
Well, even if it did, that too would be improper to introduce into this proceeding in the public way.
Right. What I'm saying is that the statement of counsel that there's not an iota of this.
There is not.
Then in the motion for a protective order, there was also additional information that points in there. So it's more than an iota.
Okay. So, Polly, why don't you come on up and take the stand? We're just trying to straighten out. I understand that you may have some commitments where you'd like to be able to leave town. Why don't you explain that to us?
Yeah, so I said I work with 4-H, and so one of the things I'm committed to is having programming when kids are out of school, because typically that's a time when they get in trouble. So that being said, in our community, it's spring break, and so I have a science camp all next week, and it's our first time in our new youth center, so it's kind of, I mean, it's a small town, but a big deal for me. So I understand that you need more information. I don't know if remote is a possibility. There could be kids in the background. No, I could probably have staff cover me if that was something that would work.
Your Honor, we'll release her from the subpoena.
Okay. Entirely?
Entirely.
Okay. So you're and the plaintiffs do as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you're released from the subpoena. You have no legal obligation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your service here.
So she can come, she's going to leave tomorrow afternoon or evening, but she can come into court tomorrow and watch, right?
My flight's in the morning, so.
All right. All right.
So I'm not agreeing to release her for hardship, to have her sit in the courtroom. Then I wouldn't release her for hardship.
She just said she's leaving. My flight's in the morning.
If you're released from your subpoena, that means a couple of things. That means, first of all, according to the decorum order that the court has issued, the press might want to ask you some questions. And you can talk to them, or you can decide not to talk to them. That's your choice. And the bailiffs are here to help make sure that they respect your choice.
Would you prefer that you not talk?
Can we get, I guess I sort of assumed that she wouldn't be talking to the press, or I wouldn't. Again, I think we're doing a kind gesture to release her from the subpoena, but I don't want it to come back and slap me. So can we agree that she's not going to talk to the press until after the trial?
And I mean, is there a chance you may want to call her by Zoom?
No, I'm agreeing to do that. I just don't want to be punished for doing a kind
And why
act.
would that be a punishment?
That she goes and talks to the press negatively about my client?
I mean, I'm just saying, why would that be a negative? The order's out there, you're aware of its terms, and she's now being released, therefore she's released from that. The press is released. I want to be fair to the press as well.
Can we ask
they've
the
been-
witness whether she intends to talk to the press right now?
I think you could probably do that after we quit here today. So, and let me, I was just interrupted. And then
She's shaking her head no, Your Honor, but well, go ahead. I apologize.
Just to let you know that both sides have agreed not to talk to the press until after the case is over.
I think that's a good idea and reasonable. I can abide by that.
Okay.
I'm a private enough person and vulnerable enough that this is unvideoed, so I
So
have
the press is all listening now. She's expressing her interest not to be interviewed, so I expect them to respect that.
Sure.
And then the second, I guess the second consequence of you being released from your subpoena is that you're welcome to sit in on any of the proceeding from here on out.
Don't anticipate that.
Okay.
Got
And
things to do.
You can watch it if it's being broadcast in your area.
Okay.
Now.
All right. Thank you.
Judge, I'd like her to stay for a minute so we can proffer her testimony, if that's okay.
Sure.
In camera.
Sure. If you could just wait a few more minutes. Do you have a minute to take the stand? Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else public that we need to do today?
So, we can't change the deal. I mean, you release, I release, and suddenly she's giving more testimony. So by giving more testimony, I may not release.
Understood.
So, let's not whack me with my kindness here.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Is there anything other than this subject that we can address while the proceeding is public that we need to address?
No. Well, just that your Honor said if the diagnosis comes out at trial, it could be a mistrial. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. I did say something along those lines, and it's not going to be put out in front of the jury. So we'll move forward from there. So we'll take a 5-minute recess while the courtroom gets cleared, and then we'll continue with the offer of proof. Thank you.